Who will save my soul? You do. Good morning. So I'm actually downstairs now, so I can actually talk in the morning. Yay! Going over the list of artifacts you guys have put in there. Good morning, people. Wait a minute, Synergy Blaze. You were there with us last night. Why are you still awake? Or why are you awake now? And I did sleep in a little bit. I slept until like 4:15, so. Let's see, I'm looking at different ideas. So I think I'm going to make about 3 or 4 more rings this morning. I'm going to make a couple necklaces. I was up late drinking last night. Got my 5 hours of beauty rest. Back to work. So one of the things I did this morning, starting off, was, again, since we switched to Unity 2018.3 from 2, there was some lag in terms of creating stuff, like making new items or changing assets or whatever. But with 2018.3, it got way worse. So I went and actually profiled it to make sure it wasn't something we were doing. And this is confirming what I already knew, which if you look at this, not sure if you guys can read that or not. But this is me profiling the editor. And this is it doing a thing. Doing it on GUI. Doing asset database refresh. And then write a file. And then down here, I'm sure as part of it as well, it's ID remapping. But you can see the time that these things take internally. So the asset database, again, this is totally a Unity thing. We have no control over this. But every time you write, I'm gonna go check something. asset database. Nope, not us. We do have our own little asset database. But that is not it. That's not what it's called. So anyways, I was just trying to figure out if there's anything I could do to shorten that time so it's not, you can see this is 15 seconds on that frame. And then another second the next frame. Anytime, and that was just me selecting an asset, a 1K asset, and hitting Control D. Lame. Not good for my productivity. iWacko. So I talked to people. I talked to the person who had touched Solania last, and it is working correctly. You just don't like how it's working. It will only spawn once per key. It had been spawning, like you could get in there and do the thing. That was also, people were getting, the gold in there was, well, one, it was not intentional how it was set up in terms of it respawning without a key. And then two, it was, the gold in there was, as you probably know, was roughly 3 times the next best scene in the game. So I can take a look at it as well to see if there's other things that need to change on the balance to make sure it's still cool. But the change to make it so you have to leave the room and then come back in is, oh, I gotta get the raffle going. That was intentional. Let's see. I'll do my usual, I don't know what the heck I'm doing yet thing, do a fairy belt this morning. Because again, I love fairy belts. So the answer is, it is working. It's just people probably don't like how it, the actual result of it working. And I do have my dog this morning. He's getting used to the new office. All right, no reason to cry over the stupid profiler results. It's not anything we can change, unfortunately. Let's see, I was trying to see if I could get how much I had scaled the giant mega boat to fit it onto a keep lot. I was scaling it down 20% in length. Damon says he wants to do it, but he wants to be the one to modify it. Because we think it can. Again, that doesn't feel that unnatural. I think it can go back a few more inches. But he said, I'm going to get this checked in today, and then he said he's going to take some passes at it, and so maybe it could actually get live this release. And then we'll have a keep size and a castle size. He's also going to replace the flags with something more interesting. And we got to set up the rigging so that the rigging actually goes up and down, so we can teleport up and down. Add back in the doors. We're going to make the portholes work, so the portholes you can go up and interact with them. Each and every porthole. And then the other big thing he's going to do is he's going to be coming and cutting out the windows. But that is not what I'm doing this morning. This morning I am, oh, and I said yesterday I would continue the same sales crap that I was doing last night to celebrate our Twitch stuff. I said I'd do that this morning. I know at least Liz and one other EU person at least want to see it. So the stuff I was doing last night is kind of the same I've been doing, just turned it up a little bit in terms of stuff. So I'll leave that up there for a minute while I do make some rings. I'm trying to decide what my next ring is. I think it's time I get busy with some taming stuff. Now there's some of these things, one of the neat ideas that I see up here for taming is having taming specific artifacts for a specific type of creature. That's something I'd love to do, is have the take the existing bear hat, the crafted bear hat, and the existing wolf hat, and turn those into artifacts that give bonuses to specific types of creatures. So if you have a bear, and you're wearing a bear hat, you get a bonus, and if you have a wolf, you get a wolf hat. Although it's kind of cruel to the creature, really. It's like, obey me, slave creature. I'm wearing the head of your fallen foe or your friends. Maybe that doesn't make sense. Let's see. You guys will be sad to know, I'm sure Taiki will be happy to know, that we did not quite get to the number that I said we needed to get to yesterday to have a Taiki and Atos duet. Hey, Grizzly Adams, well, you too. I think you were up last night pretty late. Unless you're like an Australian, you had just woken up or something. But yeah, it's about 6 hours is my normal, what I need, but I always wake up about the same time no matter what. So I always say that the more important thing is, like, you got to get a certain number of hours sleep on average, but having a consistent time when you wake up and a consistent time when you go to bed. She was relieved to not have to sing what? But yeah, we didn't quite make that. We came close, though. Close enough that she should have been worrying about it. Yeah, I said if we get to 55, how about that? And then we got to 53.9, so that was good. That's perfect. That's how we target every one of our, when we've done stretch goals, we try to make sure, like, what do we think we're going to make this month? Well, let's shoot for a little bit above that to make sure we don't have to make that extra piece, or that you guys actually stretch. Again, though, we'll have some changes to that system coming up that I think most people will be happy with. We will see once we announce that stuff. And this is, again, to improve, to make your experience better and our experience better for the how we do the rewards, for the monthly rewards for people who buy stuff. I'll try to remember to put that back up in a little while. Artifacts. Yeah, I'm trying to decide which rings to do right now. I was going to do a couple more rings. There's one here. I'm trying to find some. I'm going to do at least 2 artifact rings. I'm trying to think what I'm going to do on the artifact rings, though. And I do like the idea. I think I'm going to go do that. I think I'm going to take the bear hat and maybe the wolf hat. When is QA going to open up? So, last night, the Amazing Burning Toad kicked off a QA build. We will see how it goes this morning. It may take some time. It's actually Unity. For those who didn't know, we moved to Unity 2018.3 2 releases ago. Chaos. Spoilers, it was chaos. And the server over there started making more noise, like it's getting hot in there for some reason. Probably because it's getting hot in my room. But the Unity's released 2018.4, and also 2019.1. We've actually tested on 2019.1. We've got a test build going now to see if it improves hitching with their incremental garbage collection stuff that's in 2019.1. But 2018.4 has, like, it is a roll-up release. It's basically going to be the long-term service version of 2018. So it's basically 2018.3 plus just a handful of fixes. But one of those fixes is finally, only like a year after it was reported by hundreds of people, not us, but I mean hundreds of Unity projects, they're fixing the Windows maximize stuff. Let's see. Yeah, fixed maximize standalone window going to full screen. That's like one of those bugs that they introduced like a year or 18 months ago or something. And I'm trying to figure out how Dorkish figured this out. Gee, thinks I know the Chaos Dragon died in Game of Thrones. Number 68. Is it still number 68? That's the Lich hand wrappings. It may have changed. Shep 311. Let me see if I can find one by Shep 311. Yeah, I think that was the problem I used. Some people use their in-game name and some people use their forum names. Whoops. Applesauce pants. I remember reading yours yesterday. Greater regeneration. Combat regen. Let's see. 3 lesser rings combined to make the +3. Only one stat on lesser rings and only 40 durability. I like the idea of having, again, rings that you craft into a bigger ring. I like the idea of having lots of stuff you craft into bigger stuff, so I'm not going to do those on the stream because they take a long time, because creating the recipes is time consuming and painful. But let me see. I'm trying to get to the taming stuff here. I think, how about this? I'm going to do a ring that will do the it'll give some taming mastery. Hey, somebody's resubscribed. Thank you, Sinash Cascal. Thank you and good morning. I'm seeing entirely too many names that I saw last night. I don't remember seeing you, Sinash Cascal, but I was just thinking there's like at least 3 people I've seen who were on last night at 10 o'clock, so, which means they either haven't gone to bed or they are up with 5.5 hours sleep like me. And Liriana, thank you very much for the resub. And I'm going to try to do, now that we're Twitch partners, which is what we're celebrating and why we have I put up these silly sales things. I'm going to try to do a lot more Twitch integration stuff and make my Twitch stream more professional, because I see all these other guys who have me, like, their games are way better than mine. A lot of them, of course, spend a lot of time Twitch streaming. I just do it to show what I'm doing off at work, but they're trying to make their streams more fun, but I can do that too. I'm trying to look into, like, other people do music on their streams. I hadn't been doing music on my streams, even though obviously I love singing and love music stuff of all sorts. But I hadn't been doing it because I was worried about what it would do to the YouTube export, because I try to archive our stuff so that the Reddit trolls have something to refer back to at a later date where they can go and take some out of context snippet from the YouTube quote and use that against us to make some crazy argument, conspiracy argument. So that's the pure reason. Is I got to make sure the Reddit trolls can still access everything that was ever said on the streams on YouTube. Let's see. So I think I'm gonna have trying to figure out just a plain old ring. That I can do for taming, and then I'm going to do a bear hat for taming, and I'm going to do a wolf hat for taming, where I'll take them and modify the visuals on them. Let me get at least 3 taming artifacts in this morning. I've been promising taming artifacts forever, and I think now is the time to do it because Snugs isn't awake yet, so I need to do it before Snugs finds out about it, because otherwise he'll bit bomb me with 100 bits 27 times in a row. So I'll do it now while he's sleeping. Yeah, that's why I thought Synthetic 9. That's why I hadn't been doing it. I'm so jealous they listen to music, they have music on their stream, and I think it'll screw up the long-term archiving of our stuff when it goes to YouTube for sure. I don't know what Twitch will do for it, but now let's see, what Twitch or a taming ring. Could just make this a simple ring. It could be something silly like Ring of the Ring Master. Like a circus ring master. And then give something very simple like just all it does is add taming health and taming strength to your pet or whatever. Ooh, good idea. My Greek friend. I could use soda music as my background. Yeah, I was thinking oh, that's right, I still need to get that done. For those who don't know much about, who came on late to the project, almost all of our music in game was created by players. There's a group that was called the Poets Circle, still called the Poets Circle. We still have a number of people who are in that who are still active in the community, including Jared Khalif and a few other people. But they actually made a bunch of stuff, and I'm trying to remember his in-game name. I can't remember the Master Bard name who's running the Poets Circle. Oh, I mean, I know his real name. He's a Facebook friend that I chat with, but I forget his actual in-game name. But anyways, yeah, there's actually a playlist of all that stuff that's on SoundCloud that I could just keep in the background for a little bit of music background. But again, today I'm going to be doing streaming this morning. I'm probably going to stream until about 10 o'clock this morning, so only 5 hours today. And then I'm going to, again, take some time off to redo my office build, because I hate these vertical screens with a passion. I've got 2 screens that are vertical and 1 flat in the middle. And yeah, I hate that Windows does not really support vertical monitors very well, which is ridiculous. Like, there's no way to slam a window to the top half or the bottom half like you could if it were horizontal. You could slam it to one side. But anyways, back to the ring. I think I'm just going to make a simple, like a ring of the Master Tamer, just as the first one. Then I'm going to make some specialized stuff. So, let me see if I can do something here. I'm going to try scaling. Where's Unity? There we go. It's not going to let me do that, is it? Let me do transform. Edit transform. That's not what I want. I want you to zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Oh, that's not it. Not transform. How about, well, I guess I can do transform and then stretch it myself. I think that's what I need to do. All right, give me 1 second here. I'm going to try to get this so you guys can actually read what I'm doing. Oh, and let's see if I'm clever. I can do this in the proper 9:20, the proper aspect ratio. Uh, 16, so 533. Done, and then I can take that, and then I can stretch that to screen, right? And then you get a zoomed in picture up there. Oh, except my picture's in the way. Oh no, I'm gonna have to, I'll just move my real cam over. Mojito, I'm gonna stomp you. Ha, take that, Mojito. And let me move my event list. Oop, that's not what I want to do. I don't even know what that is. Oh, that's the image. Hold on. Event list, unlock. I say unlock. There we go. Well, let me get rid of this crap up here. Morning people don't care about no sales. Okay, so there. Now hopefully you can see it a little bit better. See what I'm working on. So again, this is the showing off the item that I'm currently working on. As usual with these things. Ooh, Mojito's Wrath. I'd love to get Mojito into some stuff, or Maxine, or and of course I keep threatening to have some Atos stuff in game, as people have requested that for pretty much ever, but I keep forgetting to do anything. But I'm gonna work some Atos fiction into episode 2. Shh. Don't tell anybody. But this one I think is just gonna be again a generic Ring of the Tamer, because we don't have any like generic type stuff. This one that'll just add to some taming stuff. I'm gonna call it Ring of the, oh. Ring of the Ringmaster. A simple, this is where it gets really tough trying to do all these creative stuff. This is why, although he's not with us anymore, I had mad respect for Lum, just in terms of trying to be the creative, spot creative. Like you have to do, like, here's 100 creative sentences you have to write and make each one of them sound interesting every day. Trying to do that for me is, it's painful. A simple metal band. Let's see. How do you say Gaelic dictionary? This is where I usually go. Translate as a word for circus. English to Gaelic. There we go. Simple metal band with the word Siorcas. That's how you say circus in Gaelic. I like going for the Gaelic stuff. My Greek friend, I'm hoping to get some more. Again, we're looking at, there's, again, now that we're kind of like stopping the whole, like, we're not going to use anybody else's assets but ours, we're going to custom create everything. Again, that was troll poison type talk that just damages the project and makes the game less fun. But there's a number, now that we've kind of lifted that, I think we talked about this a little bit but didn't give any specific details on it. But there's a bunch of animal models that are really good that are available. That's one of the nice things about using, again, as I mentioned, I'm a dinosaur fan, not just because I have a 5-year-old who thinks dinosaurs are the most amazing things ever, but also because I like dinosaurs. I grew up on Jurassic Park, and I grew up a dinosaur studier, but there's a ton of good dinosaur models out there too, so don't be shocked if you see both some big cats, other stuff like elephants or woolly mammoths and some of these other things, because those are things that have really high quality models out there that everyone kind of knows, and they just need to be part of the, I mean, they don't have to be part of the fiction. It's just like, hey, there's a lion there. No one says like, oh my god, what is that? It's like, again, you get the free fiction. It's kind of like when you use zombies or vampires or whatever. So I'm hoping to get some of those libraries in there and start importing them and getting them rigged and hooked up and set up as new creatures. That is something that normally B is the one who imports those things. But that may be my whole next release. Like this release, I kind of went over like what I'm going to work on. My next release, my current plan is to add another 2 levels to my dungeon. It'll be 2 levels this time. I'm not going to have the pirate ship level in there. That's going to take too much polish to finish up in time. I'm going to polish the first 2 levels and then hold off until next release and try to do 2 more levels that are significantly tougher than the ones that are there. And then I'm going to do a little bit of balance work, probably a little bit of artifacts, but then I'm going to try to get some creatures into the game. I'm going to try to get like multiple new creature types into the game. Synthetic 9, are you talking about that the water elemental doesn't chain heal? The thing with it was it had a 1-second cooldown on the heal, so when I was actually using it and going through and testing and playing with the water elemental, that was like it's the best healer in the entire known universe. Doesn't heal at all and never chain healed me. It should be healing. The only change that was ever made to water elementals was the cooldown on the heal spell was increased from like 1 second to like 7 seconds or something like that. I forget what the exact number is. Maybe it's 15 seconds, so it can only heal once every 15 seconds. But it should be healing. There shouldn't be any reason why it wasn't healing. If it actually did stop healing, then let me know and I'll go look at that. But I'm pretty sure they are still healing. They just don't heal as much because they were. I mean, you can go and look, and it's like in most parties, the top healer was not the healer. The top healer was a water elemental that just happened to be standing around. They were never supposed to be a complete replacement for a healer, but that was how a lot of tanks were using them, was basically like, I don't need a healer because I got a water elemental. They're supposed to be good, but not that good. Alright, well, I can take a look at it. Again, the only change was, and I can probably show you, let me do that while I'm here. I can get back to this pretty quick. Water LE attack. Let's see if I can find this thing. That's actually the damage portion of it. Let me find the heal. Hold on, let me look. Not tamed. Summon. Oh crap, now I can't even find the water elemental heal. see, that is not innates, that's one of its specials. There it is, water elemental heal. Yeah, so the only thing that changed is, again, right over here, this thing went from like 2 to 15. So it should only be able to heal once every 15 seconds. And this is the cooldown expression for how long it takes to cool down. All the other stuff should be the same. Nothing on the AI was changed. But it could be that it's, it's showing up less, and with a 15-second cooldown, it may only be actually casting every 30 seconds or something, which may seem like forever in combat. I can try and find some middle ground. I'll tell you what, since it seems to be a general consensus, I'll tweak that down to 10 for this next release. We can see if that's a little better. So it'll went from 15 seconds, so it can cast every 10 seconds. Yeah, I hadn't heard many complaints on that stuff. On that, I was kind of expecting, just because like 100% of people, like, good luck finding someone who's using something other than a water elemental as a pet, which is why they had to get some type of tweak. Is there was no choice. Even if you were a fire mage, like fire mages summon water pets, because why would you have anything else? But let me get that checked in. I'm unnerfing the water a little bit. And yes, and this release was the taming release. I'm going to go back and try and do a little balance on other summoned pets next release. That my hope is to give each of the main summoning categories schools like another skill that will improve their pets. Kind of like what I just did for taming, but just do one per category. Let's see. Okay. Did that not? Okay, that did get checked in. Alright, let me get back to making some rings. Alright, I was making the Ring of the Ringmaster. Oh, nope. Don't do that. Another thing that I was looking at doing soon, maybe next release. This is something that I had in the design from day one, but I got talked out of it. But I think it's another one of those things players, especially high-end players, would like. as I sit here and work on this ring, I'm just reminded of this, is adding a second ring slot so you can have a left ring and a right ring. Partially because that's kind of traditionally what everybody has. You can have one ring per hand, but there's a lot of things that we only put on ring. Alright, I guess that means you like that idea. Thank you, Asterian Dragon. And then that gives you guys some flexibility, because again, there's some stuff you only have on rings. Now my question is, right now, the thing that would be crazy is I don't even know what if you put on a ring of the frogkin that makes you green, and then you put on a ring of the lich, I have no idea. I think it'll just be the order that they get applied, but each one of those does a replacement. A skin replacement. Same thing with the ring of the cuddlekin or whatever. And then the other thing is that I'm going to have to look at if you wear a ring of the cuddlekin that unintentionally makes you jump, and people got used to that thinking it was a natural feeler or thing. But the ring of the cuddlekin gives you jump, and then and that's just because when One and Only made that ring, that was his ring. They just made it as a test for his shader thing. And then the ring of the frogkin gives you jump. So if we have both of those, they both give you jump. Like, that may be a stupid jump that you can get up on things that are inconvenient. So I may have to go cap that or make those two rings exclusive, so you can't wear two jump rings or two skin rings or whatever. I'll probably just have them so there's a cap on what your jump can go to. That's basically the limit. Let me get back over here and enter things. Yeah, again, just because there's some rings that have some specific features that, right now we kind of make you choose, but it's kind of been natural in all computer games that everybody got a left ring and a right ring. Everybody knows that. You have two hands. Alright, let's see. So we got that there. So let me find out what stats we're making on this thing. She's not healing at all from logs. Let me look at let me go search for this. I think when pets execute a rune, I think it goes into the logs. It may not, actually. Back over here. So yeah, pretty cool. There were 10 upgrades last night. Let me check. Elemental water spell heal. So I'm not seeing anything in the logs, but I'm not sure that those actually show up in the logs. Let me see if the auto attack shows up. Yeah, so that's not showing up. Let me check one more thing here. Taming. Let me check creature rules. Summon. Alright, so I just confirmed that. So neither the client nor the server are logging any tame or summoned pet attacks or runes being executed, which is bad. We should have that information in there. Either the client should log it, or at the very least the server should log it, or at the very least the client should be logging it. That of course will probably be pretty spammy, but then right now I have no way to know how often it's being cast or if it's being cast. But yeah, so again, I mean, I can go back and look at the change that I made on that a few releases ago, and the only thing I changed was one number on it, which was turning up the spam, or turning up the cooldown so that the spammage of it was much lower. Because of course they don't actually use their focus, which means that they, like the water elemental can just chain heal. And again, maybe it doesn't do that in most situations, but it definitely did it in a number of the situations I was testing it in. And that's what I've seen in combat too, is the chain heals. And that's actually one of the problems we had with botters for a while. The common bot thing people would do, I mean, it wasn't even a bot thing. They would summon a water elemental. They would back themselves into a corner with auto attack and a bow on or something near a place where something spawns. And the tame pet, of course, the water elemental, would just sit there and chain heal them while they attacked everything. J Nord, will you ever revisit brewing and make wine and ale brewing profitable? We could. I think we're getting close to the point. Again, part of the problem is just players have near infinite storage with between lots and basements and everything else. And if they have near infinite storage, that means that they can brew near infinite amounts of stuff. And I know this isn't what you want, probably not what you want to do, but that is one of the things, that's what we were seeing, was players, brewing 1,000 just endlessly, cask after cask after cask. So even when you add, make it a small profit, when you have players that are doing thousands of these things, it's both something that is, no skill involved, but I mean, that's a lot of the crafting, is there's no actual player skill involved, but there is, it's very macroable in the creation. And then if it can be repeated infinite number of times, I mean, they can basically just have one character that's doing nothing but the crafting of it. And that's the thing, is we're trying not to nerf storage. Our goal has always been to make it so nothing in the game, for those who haven't heard me give this talk before, but nothing in the game is something that you want to create purely to sell to merchants, to NPC merchants. So the thing that really needs to change on those is there should be a good reason for players to drink those things, which means they should have a buff that is significant that comes with them. So they're actually desirable to players for something other than just the satisfaction. Synthetic 9, use the water elemental in aggressive stance, which seems to prevent the healing. Aha. Good catch, people. Nice work, community. Yeah, and I honestly don't even know what what those things mean. What the stances mean. Again, that'll be undone magic. Do. Yeah, Draken Naruto, the way that stuff works is it goes through a logic of figuring out, we use not decision trees, but we use an AI system that says what things are my possible options, which is the best option right now. So if nobody's hurt, it doesn't even consider that. If somebody's hurt, though, it'll check to see hey, is there somebody I can heal? This is now an option, and it will, if that's available, it'll heal them. So that's the part that I changed. Was it used to be it was always available. If somebody needed to be healed, that was always an option. It would do it right then, and then it would immediately recycle, so it could sit there and chain heal. The thing that I changed was make it so there's a 15 seconds. So basically it will do 15 seconds after it heals once. It has to wait 15 seconds before it becomes an option again. So like healing once every 20 seconds is kind of about what I would expect. That's kind of the target because it has to come back around to that logic check. And it's going to be 15 seconds plus however often it's doing that decision as to whether or not to change what I'm doing or not. All right, back to rings. Let me rename this one too while I'm thinking about it. Okay, so we got that. We got to come up with some stats we're going to put on this thing. Not those. Down here. Alright, so let me get over here and find what our stat choices are. So taming mastery. So if you have 100, that you get a 1.25. So that's up as an 80. So I could do like a point. If I do a 0.25, that's the equivalent of 20 points. I think probably more than that. I'm going to go with point. No, let's go with 0.25. We'll start off again. Oh, that's right. I also need to start off low because one of the things I'm doing now is I'm making multiple different versions of it. So I can do like a 0.25, 0.225, or maybe a 0.2, 0.2, 0.25. No, this one could be like a 0.1 actually. Well, that's taming mastery. That's not what I want. Tame obedience. I think it's just going to be tame level bonus. It's going to be the first stat. Apply early, sounds good. 10, 15, about 15, 8. Trying to figure out what the numbers need to be for these. I want to say there's a maximum of 20, so I want the top one to have 20, so maybe 10, 14, 17, 20. Trying to think out if that's good. Plus 20, so it's equivalent to plus 20 levels in the skill. Probably should be more than that, so maybe I can go 30, 25, 20, 15. So this one could be 15. The 30 levels is pretty big. Trying to think what that factors into on it. I know it factors into their health, but I think some other stuff uses the same tame level bonus. It uses the creature's level to power things up. Well, I'm going to go with this now, and maybe I'll have to nerf it a little bit later. Let me see if there's anything else I want to change here. So this tame level bonus, let me apply that during early to make sure it gets calculated in. I'm going to also give it taming taunt. So that gives 0.5 per level. So if I do the same number down here. And then, okay, so now we got one of these guys. Icon's fine, all that's fine. Let me change I'm trying to move the durability up from 50 to 100 for most artifacts. Kind of set artificially low to try to remove them from the game fairly often. Seems stances are not changing unless resummoned. Interesting. Yeah, I definitely didn't know that, but again, I use pets, but mostly for testing, not for actual playing. That sounds like you guys are figuring some stuff out here that I need to write up a JIRA on in a few minutes. I'll give you guys a few more minutes to see if there's anything else you can come up with on that before I write something up. And let me see, I'm going to dupe this guy. Three times. And actually, when I start duping this next one here, because it's a long wait. Wait. Rather than sit and stare at it and wait at it, I'm going to go get another cup of coffee. I'm supposed to be doing 1 cup of coffee today, or per day. This feels like a good 2 cup of coffee day since I was up till 11:30 last night and then up at 4 o'clock this morning. So let me go get some coffee. I will be right back. You guys can keep trying to figure out that water elemental thing, and then I'll write it up for you guys. Alright, what did I miss? It sounds like we've confirmed that the problem is stances don't properly reset until they get resummoned. So that doesn't surprise me that much. Uh-oh, I locked my dog out. He's going to be unhappy about that. Well, I've got him covered up, and I think he went to sleep with in his mom's office. My wife is up. We were doing our morning catch-up on stuff. And she said, confirmed that with my office door closed downstairs, and they closed their doors upstairs, that the talking does not bother them at all, or she didn't notice it at all last night, so yay. So I'm currently making the multiple different ring types for the Ring Master. Again, that's one of those things that just because it's like low-hanging fruit and it adds so much, I think it'll add so much in terms of how this stuff works. The having 4 different variations of things that drop. So when I create it, I'm actually creating 4 different versions. So there's a common, uncommon, rare, and then legendary. And I might do something where like you can combine, kind of like what I do with the totems, where if you get enough uncommons, like you can combine, you know, 4 common rings into an uncommon ring, and 4 uncommon into a rare, and 4 rares into a legendary or something like that, so that even the lower ones have some value if you're looking for them. Yeah, there'll now be I can increase the drop rate of them, because the most common thing will be the common one. But basically, if you get a roll that, like, you get a ring of the Ringmaster drop, you hit that loot supply type, then it will pick one of the types of common, uncommon, rare, legendary. But then that's like a roll within that. So even if we say something like, hey, all this stuff has like a 1% chance to drop a ring, the Ringmaster, then we can still make it like, okay, only 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000 of those turn out to be legendary. Most of them end up common, some uncommon, occasionally a rare one, then just super rarely a legendary one. So it kind of gives you that extra, like you get more stuff. But again, if I make it so they can be combined, then now like even those common things, it'll be dropping a lot more. It will have a purpose to them. Let's see, legendary. And yeah, that could be something where we do that. That's how it works for common, uncommon, and rare. And then we just make legendary something that's a super rare drop off of a super rare, you know, off of super tough stuff. Alright, so we got the common set. I need to go change the uncommon. Let's see. And I'm calling it while I'm making this. I'm going to have to lower these stats. I'm going to check the taming level bonus, see how much you get from skills. So it's a constant. Oh wait, you know what? It's a constant 0.1. That's what I thought. Alright, I think I'm already going to change these things. Oh, it's the constant 1 and then exponential. So it's actually 0.1. Ah. 0.1 exponential. I may have to open up a client and see what that number looks like. Let me do that. Oh yeah, the other thing I need to do is get an email ready today to send out tomorrow to another 100,000 plus people. Blah. I was kind of thinking I'd have an easy day today, but it does not seem like it's going to work out that way. knew it. Fake news. Oh, I don't even look at Steam reviews. As soon as they go back up to mix, there'll be a thread starting on Reddit Raw where they're organizing a downvote. Pretty much how it works. I just ignore it until Steam actually wants to make their voting system some type of adult system. And as you know, like, that's of course what people who want to look to poo-poo on the game, that's they point at Steam numbers. But have you ever seen us advertise Steam? The only people who are on Steam are people who go and intentionally find that, oh, there's the game, I'm going to play this game. Oh, there happens to be a Steam version, I'll go check. Because we never link to Steam. Why on earth would we ever link Steam? We've considered removing Steam support, but I know there's some people who like it. Some people have problems with our patcher system because it uses a torrent, kind of a torrent backend, which again keeps things crazy cheap for us. I mean, practically free for us. So she did heal, she's just only healing every few minutes. Alright, let me get in the game. I gotta go see what my taming skills, I gotta see what this number goes from. Again, taming is another system like crafting, where I've kind of been on the outside looking in and trying not to get in there and change too many things. It's been primarily somebody else's system. And I'm trying to not be the bear in the bull shop, that guy. Oh, the dog wants it. Wise move, dog. Wise move. I think I may have to grease my doors today, or WD-40 up the hinges. Come on, bud. Up in your bed. Come on, Mojito. Up in your bed. Alright, bud. You figure out how to get yourself into the covers then. I am going to have to do that morning thing where I go and get Maxine ready here in a little bit. I'm going to try to finish up these 4 rings and get started on the next 4 things, which I think I'm going to do the next. I think I'm going to do the bear hat and wolf hat that I was talking about. Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, go to work, Synthetic. And get more sleep. Thank you very much for the 200 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But, oh, and I'm up to 25 emails. That's going to be a fun morning of sending stuff. Grumpy dog is grumpy. Come on, dog, get in there. I have Mojito covered up at the moment, or his camera covered up so you can't see him, but he's back with me. Alright, so let's see. Tame health level modifier. Okay, so that's just the other. So combat train, this is what I'm looking at. So at level 125, I've got a plus 17. Oh yeah, that's what I thought. This was way too high. But honestly, I think this is something that needs to change. I don't really like the... This is set to, it's one of the few skills we have that's set to exponential. I mean, maybe this is one of those things that needs to change, because again, let's see, I'm at plus 17. So at 80, that's kind of target level. Yeah, the difference between 80 and 100 is 1 stinking level. What? Lirianara. So tomorrow is lockdown, which means release is... Oh, I'm not showing you guys. Sorry. My bad. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm looking at the combat training. So again, this is the... I only poke my fingers in here, but lately I've been more of the getting closer to the bull in china shop point of just coming in and like, change it. So this to me screams, this is poo-poo. I mean, look at this. So this is the primary thing that increases the toughness of pets, because their level is used for most of the calculations, and not only is it used for health, but it's used for some other like base health stuff. It's used for other bonuses is the stuff, and for instance 80 is kind of the target level for stuff. Let me see what it is if I go down. Oh, it's not going to let me do that unless I unlearn this one. So if I'm at a 60, so yeah, so going from 60 to 80 is 14, so it's a point every 10. By the time I get to 80, because it's set to exponential, going from 80 to 100 gets you one stinking pet level? That's horrible. Good morning, Merrick Dragon. So I think this is, again, as I sit here and work on taming, and I mean, this feels like one of the ones that's like, why would I ever level this skill? Because like let's see, I'm at 180,000 now. So for more than 1 million experience points, I get one additional pet level. I don't know why this, again, I didn't even notice this until I was going to do this stat, but apparently this has always been set to be exponential. I think that's kind of poopy. So I think what we're going to do with this, I would love to see a change more like in the, like at 80 it does 20, which means 100 does 25. So maybe in the 0.25. 0.25. Whoops. Okay, so I just changed that. I'll check that change in here in a little bit. Obviously, it's not going to go live for a while. But I just changed this so it's using linear rather than exponential, because this was set to use exponential. 10 levels gives you 0.1 of something. Yeah, and this is one because it's exponential. Like, experience is already exponential, but then you multiply it, so it's basically exponential squared. I mean, which basically means level the thing to 80 and then never touch it again, because you can spend, yeah, let's see if I go from 100 to 120. So from 80, if you get it to 80, it costs you 180,000 experience, and you get plus 14 tame levels. If you go to 100, that's another 1 million experience, and you get one extra level. If you go to 120, to get one more tame level, so for basically for going from 200,000 experience to 8 million experience points, you get two levels. Yeah, so it's diminishing returns, which is we want in the game. The problem is it's already diminishing returns because the experience is exponential. So it's basically exponential greater pet level. And this is also something that adds a linear amount of power. So like every point is consistent. So it's not like we don't have to worry about this being some like, it's exponential, but the power gained is exponential as well. It's very linear in terms of the power gained by the pet. So what I've changed this to is this will now be linear, and at 100 it'll be a 25 bonus. So right there, that's going to be an improvement for every tamer out there. And again, I mean, the problem is, if I were playing this and I saw that, if I could actually see that, figure that out, that would piss me off so much to see that, basically from 80 to 100, I bust my ass to get 1,000,000 experience points to level that stuff up and get it applied. Because of course it's tough to get to level up taming stuff because you have to use some taming or skill to do it. But you get 1 extra pet level. Really? Hey, thank you very much, Dark Blue Monkey. Thank you for the sub ×2. Merrick Dragnell, you didn't tell me well enough. Yeah, a lot of times people try to tell me stuff, but the translation usually ends up being, they tell me, hey, so-and-so is wrong. Hey, thank you very much, Pixel Mode Chris, for the resub. Basically they say, this sucks. And so the challenge is not, it's not that I don't believe you, it's that I've got to go and understand what's going on, because I can't just go make changes willy-nilly without understanding the real problem. So again, this one took me trying to make taming artifacts to uncover what was something that I see as a pretty critical issue, because that level right there gets used in every calculation for everything. And thank you very much, Leonardo. I guess you guys like me looking at taming stuff. Who knows, maybe in a release or two I'll look at crafting stuff. I'm talking to you, Elrond. I think I saw you out there. But again, thanks for the patience. And so much of this stuff can be obvious to us because I can sit here and go, hey, plus 10 levels, plus 10 levels, minus 10 levels, minus 10 levels. Hey, Grizzly Adams, I'll loan you 100 million experience points on QA if you want to go test things. So the crafting change, if it isn't this release, it's going to be next release. I know B was looking over what he was working on. And again, we've kind of thrown some of the stuff we'd announced out the window in terms of what we were working on, just because it didn't make sense for really for the players or for the health of the game in a lot of ways. Shift PC, I can give you 2 billion on experience on QA. You will need to wait until the QA goes live and we transfer character data over. So QA is not up. Once it goes up and we copy over live to QA, so that we have an instance of live on QA so that it's your current, then I can give you a thing. And usually I've done this one time before, and the trick I did was I logged onto their character and set their light skill, raised their light skill to be 200, and then told them just untrain your light skill when you want to fill up your experience pool. Because even your light skill, like if you look at light skill, your light skill at 200 experience points, that basically is 18 billion experience points, and then you can just set that to untrain and use that as your infinite experience. All you have to do is like set to untrain. Here, watch if I do this. It is if I look at my experience pool, I'm at 776 billion and 98, but every time I cast a light spell, I didn't notice it. There we go. So every time you cast a light spell, you get 10 million experience points. So it's an easy way for you guys on QA to figure stuff out. Yeah, and I agree with Elron's suggestion. I think that helps everybody. And it does not, you guys still won't make a profit on stuff, but the numbers should get better as you get higher up, so there's an encouragement to sell stuff so that new players have player-created items that will be put in there. Because right now, yeah, I know you guys don't even bother selling some of that stuff because it's so worthless. Alright, maybe next release will be I go in and do some crafting stuff in addition, since this was my taming release. Maybe that can be the next most frustrating system I deal with. And again, I think the crafting system, I think B has done an amazing job with. I think there's just a few pain points that have not been addressed, so I'm going to go focus on some pain points. Oh, and thank you, Gia Tureg. Did we change something in here? This is like the Soul Town cramped little house. And this is the same thing I remember. There's still that fish up there that I think all players wish they could have as a deco. Oh look, that guy wants a quest. Hey, refugee. Oh, I just realized it is time for me to go and get Maxine dressed here in a few minutes. So let me make sure, let me get the Ringmaster stuff wrapped up. Again, I got distracted by the taming stuff being wrong. So I do need to lower that. So that's going to be at 100, it'll give you 25 levels. So I'd misread the amount before that you got from that. I thought it was 1 point for 1 point. But it was actually 0.1 linear or exponential, which is totally crazy town. So I think I can give Taming Taunt can stay where it's at. Taming Taunt I set up, I added that skill, and it can be fine. I'm going to cut the other ones here roughly in half. Whoops. Down to 8. This one should be 12. And then that one can be 10. And then the legendary is 15. So the legendary is still like crazy amount. The tame taunt values. Alright, so we have another artifact. Let me make sure these guys all have descriptions. So I need to update the object descriptions, because you guys can't tell if it's a legendary or whatever. Shift PC, so taming pets, so that's the thing. If you guys saw this the other morning, again, I'm trying to go through and like figure out a lot of the stuff with taming pets, and you know, many times it's like I just pull on a thread of what the actual problem is. Again, because you guys don't have enough exposure to the systems and numbers so that you can more correctly identify things. I wish there was some way we could give that to you. And again, I can do that on QA, but it still is slow to advance skills and stuff like that. But yeah, I started looking at the why pets suck, tame pets suck, going and playing with them for a day and using them around and trying stuff and listening to players. And that's one of the biggest things I identified is pets are stupid slow. They were all set to a move speed of 5, which a normal player walk speed was 5.5. So I added a new taming skill that you can actually speed them up and get them all the way up. I think if you get it up to 100, it is, they've got a 13 speed when they're all said and done. And I went and tried to test it, and sticking my pet on stuff, he still does a slow crawl up to the creature to attack it. Clearly not moving at 13. Now if I run fast and move away from him, he'll actually move at that high speed. But it's really the engaging the creature stuff. So I created a JIRA for that just because I'm trying not to get too off topic for what I'm working on, which I always do. But again, like I said, it's kind of the pulling the thread on the sweater to understand everything in there and to see what all the problems is as I unravel every little bit. So we now have Ring of the Ringmaster. So the first taming artifact is done. Squirrel. Yeah. I'm gonna submit this because that'll take a while to check that in. And while that happens, I'm gonna take a quick break. Let me update my window, my specials window. Oop. And before I do that, let me go ahead and do the drawing so I can start a cool drawing. Bam, there we go. Let's see if I can get that so you can actually read it. All right, let's do the raffle. That's good. At one ring to rule them all. One ring to rule them all. One ring to find them. One ring to bring them all. And the darkness bind them. Daniel JMD. Congratulations, good sir. You have won the first raffle of this fine day of May 22nd, which is just for a fairy belt, because I was trying to start you guys off slow. Daniel JMCL. Let's see, I don't think I have your name handy. I can probably look you up and find you. But let me get the next raffle going. I think Daniel's asleep on his keyboard. Let's start that submitting. Now let me go over here. Multitask. See what stuff is it's still the same junk on sale. Let's do for when I get back again, because I think these things are the most obscene, hideous things ever, which is awesome. Awesome and horrible at the same time. We will do this pretty cool magic glowing pulse dye mega pack. Pulse dye mega pack. Pulse dye mega. Okay, back. Bam. All right, so I'm going to take a quick break here to go and get a little girl ready. See if I can get that out of the way. There we go. It's a little better. I'm going to run these specials through this afternoon at 6, and then I'll stop them. I just wanted to give them 24 hours since there were some people in Australia who complained. There were some people in Europe who complained because I started them last night at 6, which of course is like a stupid time in Europe. But anyways, I will be right back. I'm going to get Maxine dressed and hopefully be back in about 10-15 minutes. Leave me on in the background. And I'll be right back. For those who missed it, you guys can talk amongst yourselves about the taming changes that just went in, as I just found a major issue with taming. My little pony, my little pony. Ooh, let's see, did I miss anything? A lot of people raffling. I will have to get up again. I'm not here for... Arabella has a quest for me. I've still got to get Maxine out to the car, but I've got her dressed and that stuff, so I thought I'd stop back in while I eat my cereal. Lower my camera. Now it's too... Well, it's kind of teetering up there. You can see it. I shake my desk, it'll shake my camera. Earthquake! Let's see. So I'm going to have to go ship out a bunch of stuff. It looks like I'm up to 25 emails. I'll get those all done this morning, though. Don't worry. Maybe I'll start doing that around 8 o'clock or so. Right now, though, I think I'm going to get back in. So we just finished up the Ring of the Ringmaster. I was going to do that bear... Let me see if I can find that thing. There's a port bear mask. Bear headdress, that's what I want. That's the... What's going on? Someone is a little needy this morning and being a little silly. Who's that? Who am I talking about? Look, there's a kitty cat in the game. Do you want to see the kitty cat? Meow. Maxine thinks she might want a kitty cat too. There's a kitty cat. Meow. There's a robot.
Is that like him from Star Wars?
I'm trying to understand what's going on there. Oh, somebody's shooting. What's going on there? Why am I not seeing animation play?
Is that my hero?
Oh no, that's Oso. That's actually another friend's dog. Except that Oso looks nothing like that. Oso's what do they call those guys? Sheepdog things. Yeah, I'm confused why I'm not seeing them playing animation. They're just shooting a bow. Look, I can dodge.
I want to see my hero.
Look, this is a new player. They have an adventure level of, 63. They're getting on up there. Oh, there's some dead people.
Dead?
Yeah.
I think those are just skeleton bones.
Yeah, those are, when somebody dies in our game, they leave behind a skeleton like that. That's what those are. Oh, I will get her into our game soon.
Me?
You. Don't you want to play our game?
I don't know enough about your game yet.
You don't know enough about it? Well, that's why I'm teaching you about it.
Where's my hero? I already asked you. I want to see my hero in your game.
I don't actually have a mojito, I don't think. Let me see. Actually, you know what? I never claimed my login reward. Let me get my login reward. I'll get them out now. Hold on. Login. Oops. Greyhound. There we go. There he is. Come on, bud.
Oh, I need mojito. Dad gave me
Miniature greyhound. That's wrong. The mojito.
Where are you?
There he is, right there. See him?
That little dog?
That little dog. That's our little dog. Look, he's even got the same colors, same patterns. Isn't that weird?
That's you, Mojito.
Yeah, look, you can see his head. He's got like that stripe on his head, just like Mojito. A little white around his neck and then the brown back. Maxine approves of the Mojito. Look, he's got a little waggy tail, just like Mojito. A long waggy tail. Mojito's tail is actually even longer than that. It's crazy long. Again, I'll get back to the actual stream here in a little while. Just got to get this little one off the bed, or off to school first. In case anybody was wondering. Let's see. So we got a couple of different bear helms. Let me get back to Unity here. So I'm going to take at least one of these guys. Looks like it's dyeable. I didn't even know this thing was dyeable. Trying to figure out how I can make this slightly different variation. I think what I'm going to do is take the same thing, but actually make the eyes glow, and then make that into an artifact. You guys want to see if we can get Mojito to dance? Alright, hold on 1 second. I'll see if I can get Mojito to dance for you. I've told people about this before, but I think some people don't believe me.
Dad,
Uh-oh, is Mom ready?
are you ready, Mom? I can't tell. She just went out the door
Yeah.
with something. Dad,
Let's see.
why are your dirty socks in here, Dad?
Don't talk about my dirty socks. Alright. Mojito, are you ready to do your tricks for people? Come over here, bud. Let's see where we can see you. I'm going to have to point it down a little bit. Okay, you want to get up, buddy? Come on, up, up, up. Come on, you can do it. Up, up, up. Nope, stand on your hind legs, little dog. Oh, good. Oh, it sounds like it's time to go. Hold on, I'm going to mute you guys. All right, well, he did a little bit of a trick for you guys. Maxine is off to school. So I'm going to get in about 2 hours more concentrated streaming and work. And then I get this zoomed back to a more reasonable level. So you can't see my messy house. Ooh. I'm going to get my cereal. So what I was thinking is having two different... Yes, the dirty socks that Maxine called out. Those are socks I had on last night that I took off because I was getting hot in my office. It's only bad if they stay there for more than 24 hours. They'll be gone here in a few minutes when I start cleaning up. So where did it go? My bear hat. There it is. There's two different bear helms. There's that one. How are these two different? Oh, there's one that's like the over the head. Oh, I think that may be the bear helm that is one is like shows your face and one doesn't. One's actually like you're wearing a bear head. It does heat up in here pretty fast when I close the door. Speaking of which, I'm going to open my server panel there, although that's pretty loud now. I keep saying I'm going to install a fan on one side of it. Whoa. Yeah, when it gets hot in my office, it gets hot in the server closet. Oh, it already cooled down a little bit. Good morning. Craftable and purchasable. Let's see. They don't have a crown value. So, okay, one did you buy from? So, what I'm thinking is maybe I'll take this version. Let me try this out in game. Oh, I cheated. I used the GM command. That means I have to drink. Okay, so this would be the craftable one. So what I was thinking is I take this version. Good morning. I was thinking I take this version and give it some red glowing eyes and make that into a taming artifact. What do you think? Is that a good idea? I think that'll work. Got to figure out how to give it some red glowing eyes. So this is one. So there's again, since this is kind of a tech talk thing. There's two ways you can do that. So the glowing part is easy. That's not actually a light. That is actually just a glow. Now I could go and edit the whole texture for the bear and put a glow on the eyes. But I think I'm trying to decide if I want to make a whole texture for it just for the eyes, or if I want to just take two like small globes or whatever and put them on there. I think I might just do the two small globes. Yeah, this one looks like from the shot. Oh, and I'm not actually showing the game again. From this, I mean, that's what that looks like. In the editor, though, you can see over here that that it's red and green. When you see that on one of our models, that means that it's something that the colors can be changed either through dyeing or through some other system. So that maybe you guys know, but maybe that's a dyeable helm. You can dye your bear helm pink or whatever. Yeah, and that's the red green, the two different color zones. And again, we could add like a third color zone or whatever at some point. We currently don't use that channel. So I think I'm going to take this guy. Make a copy of him. I'm going to do the same thing with the wolf. Waiting. For those who missed it earlier today, or at the start of the show this morning, I went, because I'm constantly complaining about how long wait times are, I went and actually profiled, took a snapshot of the editor to see what it was doing, and confirmed that all the slowness is in Unity, not in anything we're doing. Anytime you dupe an object, move an object, copy an object, it updates an asset database in Unity. It's all Unity stuff. And eats up like 15 plus seconds doing that. So just a simple object move, and that's something that's new. That didn't used to happen, or if it did happen before, it was so fast we didn't really notice it that much. Oh, I think I just put it in the wrong spot. Hold on. And that's sad, putting it in the wrong spot, because that means, hey, I got to move the item again, which means now I got another long wait. Now let me find the mask wolf. Ooh, there's a stag helm. So what the stag helm looks like. Oh, that's pretty cool too. Yeah, I could have each of these and have each one give different stats. I think I kind of like that. I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to make some 3 different... No, not the unicorn helm. Oh, R66. So it drops a week from tomorrow, so 8 days from now. The stag helm is ugly. Let me go see just how ugly that stag helm is before I go and duplicate it and make it something players will actually want to wear around. Because even if it's ugly, if it has stats, if it has benefits, players will wear it. They don't care about ugly. They care about, if I can get one more point of stat out of something, I'm going to make myself look horrible. Stag, is that not what that's called? What's that thing called? Did I not add it? Add item. There we go. Yeah. What do these things look like if I take off my armor? Yeah. That's my new look right there. You guys like that? Shirtless wearing. Bam. Or I could put on that fire dancer outfit. Let me do that. Oh, did I send them all out? I guess I sent out all the fire dancers. Oh, I said I was going to do a giveaway as soon as I got back here. Let me go ahead and do that. Oh, man. I hate it. I wish there was just something that whatever I had is the active window. You guys could see the active window. Alright, it's there. How's my new look? I was trying to find my fire dancer outfit, but I can't seem to locate it. But I did say I was going to do a giveaway when I got back. Yeah, I think the theme for all these things is I'm going to have these, basically I'll use this exact same model, and then I will come up with a glow texture for their eyes, so their eyes glow red. What do you think? Pretty cool? Yeah, I think it's acceptable. I mean, it's not stellar or anything, but I think that'll be pretty cool. And I think that's also, I like having the artifacts that, if I'm doing the visuals on them, because they take a lot longer. You won't wear it, Merrick? Well, you don't have to. But I'm going to have the bear, the wolf, and the stag. And I'll have each one of them give, like, some of the base stats, and then I'll have each one of them give, what is that person doing? It looked like they're marching. Oh, they're super heavy overloaded because they're going to craft. Well, no, that's the bar, isn't it? That's the bar. But anyways, I'll have each one give like a base stat, and then I'll also give, like, increase the creature level slightly, then I'll also give some of another stat. There's actually a change that went in for world items I thought was live now, which reduces how quickly you can pick up world items. It'll limit you to like one of each type of things per hour or something like that. That keeps a little history flag for how long ago did you pick up an item. And that was because there were some scenes, some of the early scenes, we just haven't had a time to go back and fix, improve, that were like just loaded down with something's going to go in the scene. It is going to be interactive, and it's going to be something you can pick up and take with absolutely no penalty, reason not to, whatever. So there's like one scene that had 2,400 apples in it. Was the one that actually broke. It didn't break things, but it was obviously a problem. And there's a player who's like, I can't help it. Every time I walk through the scene, I take like another 200 apples. It's like, why? But anyways, so that was reduced. Yeah. But they were they were like, they looked like a box, a wooden box, and they were just filled with apples. But each one of the apples in it was also an interactive. So what you guys don't know is the other thing is when you have those things, that's also a performance hit for you guys. Because when you mouse over stuff, as you can see here, like I'm not mousing over an interactive right now, if there is, your ray collides with the collider of something that is interactive somehow, then like we're having to test against all the interactives that might possibly collide with the mouse cursor. So yes, so the boxes full of bananas will still be there, and you'll be able to take a banana. Pretend you're at the grocery store, you can take one banana for your kid so that they don't cry or whatever. But then that's it. Oh, Chiasma, if you're on the stream, I think I might have seen your name on there. I am here ghosted. I'm GM Ghost if you see my name above me. So you may be able to see my dog, though. Mm-hmm. That's good. You can test the stream lag. Is the Mojito visible? He's not visible behind me right now. Do. Here we go. I'm telling you, Mojito can do this exact same dance if we get out on the floor. But anyways, let me get back over to Unity so I can add in that add in these helms. So let's see, it's stag and wolf. Now it's the point where I wait and I complain about Unity while I eat my breakfast because I'm in a wait state. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Alright, those guys finished. Now I can do the next thing where I gotta wait for Unity. Alright, now we're waiting again. Wait. Alright, are we done waiting finally? Yay, we're done waiting finally. Okay, let's see if the... That's what I thought. Hold on, let me move this bear helm in. Raffle, please. You want the dies. I think some people want to go to work or something. Let's see. We'll close the giveaway. We will pick the winner. Vic Cannon, you have won. This is for the Pulse Die Mega Pack. Vic Cannon. Check. Reset. Alright, let me go see what other stuff I can throw up on sale. Oh, that's good. Looks like we got some more people with hideous dyes on. That's good. Let me see what other junk I can give you guys. We'll be getting some new sales items up today. Let me see if there's anything in the collector stuff. Fancy swords, ether vibration amplifier backpacks. Let's see. I like the Fire Dancer Vault Edition. I'm gonna do another one of those. Fire Dancer outfit. Vault Edition. Bam. Apparently people like the Fire Dancer. I'm going to get two so I can wear one. I think that'll go well with my helm. Now let me do my... I don't think I ever set this as my... current equipment. Got that done so I can switch back to it now. Let me get my Fire Dancer stuff. Oh, and you guys aren't seeing what I'm doing over here. Fire Dance. Come on. Fire. There we go. Got one of those. Got one of those. Shoes and top. There we go. Alright, now I'm rocking an outfit. I think I'm just going to leave the mojito out forever. All right, let's see. Back to the mask stuff. So we'll start with the bear mask. This is, as I mentioned, anytime we do something visual and I want to make a visual difference, it ends up being a lot more work. You guys will get to see how much more work. So there's a male and a female version of it. Well, there's an asset for these things. We have to make a male version and a female version. I think it's primarily for alignment reasons. Pretty much the same piece of art, but I will have to dupe the prefab and Mask Bear, M Mask Bear 2. So I think what I'm going to do on these is just create a glow texture for it. Oh, again, I'm not showing you the right thing. God, I hate that. Scooby-Doo. I never got a green mossy handle. I never figured out what the magic was I was missing. I was just about ready to go and open it up and edit the data to see if I could figure out what was going on. But again, that's part of why I've avoided jumping into the crafting stuff. Is because there's a lot of like stuff that is inobvious, that is hard to figure out without going and looking at code. Beezus knows it, but I do not know it that well. Alright, so let's see. So now we've got the bear hat there. I've got the setup for it. We've got an animator. Let me drop this guy in the scene so I can actually see what's going on. I guess I'll do the female at the same time. So I basically just duped the old ones. And now I'm looking at the object. So they have a material. Fortunately, there's not a bear hat female and male material. It's just one material, so I'll just have to make one extra material. It's using the port standard shader, which is our modified version of the Unity standard shader that has tons and tons of bells and whistles built into it. But since it's on the standard shader, I can use the... I did it again. I can use the glow. I know it's got glow features in it. So I think I'm going to be able to just edit the albedo, make a glow mask for it from the by selecting the eyes. And I'm actually going to do, I'll do an emissions mask for it. And let's see. It's tough. Let's see. Let me mark this. Oh yeah, I think this will be pretty easy actually. Because I think I'll be able to just make the glow mask a glow emissions map for it. And you guys can't see what I'm looking at. I opened this in the same texture in editor, and it's actually pretty clear as to where the eyes are. So I should be able to get the eyes and get those assigned to glows pretty easily. Okay, this is going to be me editing a texture here outside the editor, but hopefully within a few minutes I will have the final result that I can show you what it looks like. Oh, this is a horrible texture. It's just not efficient at all. You guys want to see what I'm talking about here? Let's see if I can get a window capture on this so you can see what I'm looking at. That right there is the definition of a inefficiently packed texture. My guess is this was actually part of the bear models actually here. And we took the bear, whoever worked on this, took the bear texture and just deleted all the bear parts and left the part that was the face, but they did not go and re-scrunch everything. Kill it with fire is one option. The other option is I'm going to duplicate it and make another one just like it, but at a much lower resolution. So I guess the good news is, again, I still have not installed GIMP or Photoshop on here, so I'm going to be doing this all with no, not that much. I'm going to be doing this all with paint.net. And all I'm trying to do here is select the eye, parts of the eye, so I can then go back and replace those. Let's see, there better be an invert selection. There we go. So now I can delete all that crap. So the good news is that these textures, we actually use a lossy compression that gets better compression on empty images. It doesn't in video memory, sadly, but it does everywhere else. So let's see. So I think I'm going to actually have let me invert colors on this. And I think I'm done. Let me save this as emission. Alright, so now I should be able to go back over. Stop showing that. I should have a new texture show up. And again, because this is not actually a detail texture, it's just the emissions. I'll have it scaled way down again also. But yeah, that's a pretty inefficient texture for anybody who knows how that stuff works. But I think that was whatever artist worked on that. They took the old bear texture when they were making that, because we were trying to make it look exactly like the bear. And they deleted all the parts of the bear except for the head. So yeah, if you know how that stuff should look, that was not a pretty sight. You do. All right, let's see. So I should be able to come back over here now. Click that guy to find the emissions texture, because I renamed it something very close to it. Whoops. And then I want to have the glow be something very red. Give me the red. and intense. So this will only look really cool once it gets into the game. Some stuff like bloom and other things don't show up in the editor properly. So now I should be able to come back over to my bear mask, male and female. And I should be able to come back over here, find that texture, and instead drop in the red eyes version of it. Oh yeah, you almost saw a fun bug there. If you take a material and you drop it onto an object in the scene, it like replaces the material in that, so you can actually see like me replacing the textures on this boat as I mouse over it with that material. Of course, it's mostly alpha, so it just vanishes. But that's one of those fun bugs that occasionally comes up, is somebody accidentally drops a different material on the wrong object. You get some fun results with that. Okay, so let's see. Now we got a bear hat down here. Oh, you can already see a little bit. Let me hide one so only one is visible. So again, there it is in the current version. Here's the previous version. And so the other thing that isn't clear is because these are missions, when we actually get into the game with the lighting, with the proper bloom and all that type of stuff, these will be actually, the eyes will glow. I'll have to see how much they glow in there, but I can turn up the intensity on it. Make sure it's an HDR version of it. With a white bear head. So I think because this is, I thought this was set up for dyeing, I could come up with a white bear version. And then I'm already modifying it for the eyes. I could go ahead and modify that part as well. Let me see. And turn off color replay. Oh, that's not exciting. That's not what I want. How about that? Oh, you guys can barely see it. Let me get over here so you guys can actually see what I'm looking at. That way it'll stand out a lot more. Toggle the other one on, make sure it looks something like that. Yep, there it is. And again, that's the male and the female versions. Okay, so we got those models in. Again, this is, I'm showing you guys the challenges. We're like, hey, just add stuff. Or like when you see me like, hey, I added 12 artifacts this release, and people are like, what? That's all you did this release? Or that's all you did for 2 days? Like, this is why, because it takes a lot of time, especially if you're adding stuff that's visual. But the visual stuff is, of course, is the things you guys really want, because it has two purposes. One, it could be a cool item that actually helps you in combat, and two, you look awesome and you can wear it to other stuff and its uniqueness. The other nice thing about what I just did with this that is a big win is that the glow material that I created, that you guys saw me create, that I was hissing about how horrible that material was. Let me go and check it. Yeah, so that ends up taking up 2K of memory when it's compressed. It's a 256 texture, so it'll actually take up more than that once it gets into video memory, but it will be in video memory compressed, so it'll still be almost 0. And then the color changes on it that I just made that's just a material change. That's really just a number here or there, so it's not going to add anything significant to the memory footprint of the game. Is kind of what I'm getting at. All right, so let me why are you not letting me open that? Unable to open assets, blah, blah, blah. Check external application preferences. What? All right, will you let me select it? Alright, so that's because they're using just a straight up model. Hold on, I gotta turn this into a prefab version of it, which is annoying. Prefab variant. And also, as I've seen, I need to go and double, quadruple check to make sure I didn't end up modifying the other version of it. So let me check that real quick and make sure I didn't swap out its materials. Okay, so it's got the right. Let me go ahead and drop it in the scene just to be super safe. Okay, so yeah, there it is. So it's still the brown version. So I did not screw it up. In case you're wondering why I'm like talking about it like this is a problem, is because you guys saw what happened to the deco trophies turning into fishing trophies. This is some of the new gotchas in the latest Unity stuff. Is it can get really easy to screw up and stomp old versions of things when you're modifying things. Okay, so now that I got that part done, I can come back over here, tag that variant. Did I not tag the right one? I did not tag the right one. There we go. So now I got the red eyes variant down there. You guys can't see what I'm talking about because I have my window zoomed in. So you can actually see the numbers and stuff on the stats. So now, and good morning, iStar Strider. Just going over some stuff. You missed it here, but I can show you real quick because you'll probably be interested. I'm making some new taming artifacts, but I was trying to make them semi-interesting. So this one of these, I'm trying to make them some visual versions. So there's going to be a bear hat, a wolf hat, and a stag hat that are all variations of the existing models, where they have different color patterns and they have red glowing eyes that'll glow in the dark. So anyways, it'll be a cool visual difference, and then I'm going to apply some stats to it. Right now I'm showing people the fun of making visual variants on things. Oh, and this was me trying to see if we could fit that giant boat onto a smaller lot. This was my quick hack version, which is you have to scale it down 20% on one axis, and it becomes kind of a wide boat. But fortunately, scaling down on one axis doesn't really cause too many problems because the doors are all facing the same direction, so they can maintain the same sizes for players. And a 20% scale in one direction is not a huge deal. And then also with the doors scaled down, like it doesn't change anything about them really. Like the only place you might be able to see it is looking at this, but look, you can't even see the difference in the portholes, even though it's been scaled down. I think you can kind of see it a little bit on this, that you can see that's been scaled, like that is a little bit shorter than that visually. But again, that doesn't even jump out and scream. So if we wanted to make this, as me testing to see if we can make a keep version of this, because I've already had people screaming bloody murder that they really wanted that ship, but they can't do a castle lot. But anyways, there'll probably be now 4 versions of that. There'll be one that'll be a keep version, one that'll be a castle version, one that'll be keep land, and one that'll be a castle land. Let me get back to what I'm actually working on, which is the bear hat. Let's see. So now that was step one. Step one was to do that. Now I got to go back in here. I'm going to have to update the deco version of that, I guess, as well. So that's a whole different version I've got to go modify. Let me actually just save that there. I'm going to have to get another inspector window out. And this, in case you're wondering why I run three 30-inch monitors, it's because you need a lot of windows open to work efficiently on Unity sometimes. So again, we got, here's the deco version of it that I can open the prefab for it. Where's the material? And all I need to do for this should be to take that over. And again, you can see, whoops, it's nice and chuggy. Oh, you know what? It's got LEDs. It's got an LED version. Let me make sure and update the LED. I was like, why does it look different when I'm far away? Because there's a normal version and there's an LED version. Whoops. There we go. All right, that's the LED version. That's the low quality version of it. Here's the higher quality version that you're used to. So now we got that going. So I've updated the deco version. Let me check out and save the deco version. So I've modified the male version, female version, and the deco version. Now I've got to update all of those things in, put the proper versions in. Oh, you know what? I'm stupid. I don't know why you guys let me be so stupid. Hold on, let's see if I can get this better. I edited the prefab, but I was editing the prefab for the base version, so all deco versions of the hat would suddenly have changed into this. Again, fishing trophy. Deco to fishing trophy. When are you getting the fishing trophies? I made them. They should be deliverable. I'm not sure who was delivering them, though. That was actually the live stream I didn't run on. Let's see. My Greek friend, that is largely because the people who have castle lots, there's not that many great options in NPC areas, and they get talked into moving into player-owned towns to be there, because again, the player-owned towns are way more vibrant than the others. That's been one of my complaints, is we spent so much time on those NPC towns when you guys did such great jobs with your player-owned towns. So people move into the or into the player-owned towns because that's where all the action is. It's kind of, I think, the opposite of what some people were thinking originally, was that the NPC towns would be the place to go. It's like, no, the well-run player-owned towns are actually the place to go. Okay, so now I got the deco version. Now I can should be able to revert that version, which will only take like 5 minutes of me sitting and complaining about this little ball circle thing here. Okay, so now that's that version. Okay, and that's still the correct version over there. Perfect. So we have the two versions now. Now I can rename this one to be the the red eyes version. Do we have enough steps yet just to create a single art or a single item? Again, this is why when I complain about Unity being slow and like, okay, look, I'm on a weight cursor again. That's why, because it's 100 steps, and then at every step, Unity gives you this 15-second kick in the crotch of killing your productivity. And when you get up, like if it's 2 seconds, that's fine. 5 seconds, maybe. When you get up to 15 seconds, like, okay, guess what? People are like, well, I got a break here. I'm going to go get some coffee, or I'm going to cruise the web, or what? Or whatever. John Marcus, good morning. So that was last night. If you guys saw, I was trying to. I talked to Taiki, and we were going to. I talked her into doing a duet. Of course, she was like, "Sure, whatever. You're not gonna get that far." I talked her into doing a duet. If we got to 55,000 last night, we got to 54. So no duet with Taiki. She apparently is ecstatic about not having to do a duet. So since I'm not going to get to do one with the Taiki here, I will do the song I heard her sing, which is Jewel, which I've not actually heard this song in probably a decade. So, people living their lives for you on TV. Oh, that's horrible. People living their lives for you on TV. They say you're better than you, and you agree. He says, hold my calls from behind this cold brick. Wow, these are really hard, fast lyrics. I guess I hadn't really noticed that before. I don't think I'm going to sing this one. I think everybody likes the chorus on this. Who will save your soul when it comes to the flower? I didn't even know that was the lyric, comes to the flower. I'll have to pick a different song for you here in a little bit. John Marcus, give me a few while I work on these bear hats. I want to get these bear hats wrapped up before I get too distracted. Then I will torture people. Sand flea. Again, I don't worry about embarrassing myself on stuff, and I think when I was younger, probably into my 30s, I was the type like I never would do anything embarrassing in front of anybody. And I think a couple things. One, I got a little bit older, but two, I think having a kid, I realized that was something that hindered me as a child, is being afraid to talk in front of groups and afraid to like speak up in class. And we actually saw that for anyone who's my Facebook page, you can see that my daughter just had her graduation. And there's like 24 kids, and like 22 of them are sitting there in their chair like statues, afraid to move, afraid to dance in front of a large audience. And my daughter is up there dancing crazy, having fun, and the only person you can hear singing is her. And that's something I'm trying to make sure she keeps, is that she's not afraid to be in front of people. She's not afraid to talk to an audience. She's not afraid to do stuff. She did a dance recital a while back where we didn't even know what was going on, but she was the only kid who's doing like a pop dance thing. This is when she was 4. And so they had 20 kids get up and do ballet dance stuff in front of an audience of like 100. And then she got up and did her pop thing. She was the only kid on stage, even with like the 20 kids on stage or whatever for the ballet stuff. It was like most of them were kind of deer in headlights, but she got up there and it was crazy. So that's part of why I'm doing it, is I pretty much, even though I'm super shy normally and never talk in front of audience until my 40s, I'm trying to make sure she is fearless in everything and knows that it's okay to talk in front of a crowd. It's okay to screw up. You don't have to be a perfectionist. You don't have to do everything perfect to show off stuff. So just remember that when you hear me sing and my singing is horrible, it's okay. That's part of what I'm trying to teach Maxine, is she does not have to be perfect to do what if she enjoys it, that is all that matters. Being able to express yourself openly in front of people is important. Anyways, enough Maxine stories. I'm going to get back to my bear hat. All right, so we got the correct bear hat stuff over here. Let's see. Now I need to get the correct bear hat here. And I think that is, I got to switch that over to port bear mask. Yep. I got to switch that down. Okay, that's good. And then down here, get the female version in. And you also see why, like, there's a million different ways you could screw this up too. Okay, so now we've got the models assigned for this thing so that we can wear them. We've got the new variations for them. We've got the new deco. This is, let's see. Let me get back over to the correct folder over here, and then we'll set some stats for it. I got to figure out what I'm going to do with this thing in terms of stats exactly. I think, I'm trying to think the bear. So I think the bear is going to be, it'll give your pet extra levels, extra taunt, and extra health. Those kind of seem like three of the defining aspects of bears. I think they're all going to give extra levels to the creature, just a couple, like maybe 5 or something. But then the extra taunt is an important aspect for the bear. Again, that's one of the things I think the bear defines the bear is how well it taunts, and then the health is the other thing. For the stag, I'll probably make that so if you wear the stag, it increases the speed, level, and critical chance. And then for the wolf, I'll probably have it increase the level, strength, and critical chance. So these are going to be, rather than it being like if you have the bear hat on, you have to do the bear. These will be for any of them. And then the type of helmet you're wearing, if you're wearing the bear, that means it makes whatever tame pet you have taunt better. If you're wearing the wolf, it makes whatever pet you have do more critical chance. If you're in stag, it makes them faster. So it's not actually the bear hat tied to a bear pet. It is the bear hat defining, the bear part of it defining what the stats are on it. And again, I'm telling you guys this so that you understand my thinking as I'm going through this stuff. So, and it's also good sanity check for me to say these things out loud. Make sure they sound like they make sense. Do we have a boar hat? Yes, it's more like the spirit of the bear. You're instilling the spirit of the bear in whatever you have there. In fact, that is what it's going to be called. Is Helm of the Bear Spirit. How about that? Of course, anytime I'm sitting here like this and not doing something, that is because I am waiting on Unity. Yep, screwed it up. Hold on, I'm going to rename this bear hat the asset file name. You can look up here. There we go. Finally finished. Let's see. I'm going to edit. Oh, got some more questions coming in. I'm going to edit this thing of text over here so I actually get a spell checker and I don't have to wait for it to type like a teletype, slow teletype. See, I'm giving it a long description. Taunting, ability, and high toughness. How about that? We'll go with that route. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that's good now. Do 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 do. I gotta think up a song here too. Got all that stuff set. Let me turn the durability up. 80's okay. I'll do 100 again. It is supposed to be an artifact. Oh, I've got to give it. It's got some stats. Currently, I could give it some more damage resistance. Damage avoidance. How about we'll give it a 0.05 on that. No, not a 5. Point. Oh, that is an integer version. Okay. That's not a 0 to 1. That's a 0 to 100. We'll bump that up. And then this is going to have it's leather. Yeah, it'll count as light armor. We'll do 4 stats on it. Let's see, 4 stats will be, again, if you guys missed it earlier, I discovered a major design issue, I consider a design issue with tame creatures. So the tame combat trainer, which is the most important skill for leveling for making your creature tougher, was, in my opinion, set very wrong. It uses a feature we called exponential increases in terms of skill levels. So the result from it is a very linear result improvement, but the experience cost was exponential, and also the rewards from it were exponential. So the rewards from it, if you saw, like if you got it up to a level 80, cost 200k experience and got you to a 14 plus 14. To get from a plus 14 to a plus 15 was another 20 skill levels and 1 million experience points. To get from a 15 to a 16 was 8 million. So again, it was, the experience was exponential and the rewards were exponential in the opposite direction. So that was, I changed it to be constant, because again, the experience is already exponential and the reward. So basically, if you were trading the skill, it will now be better in the next version of it, the bonus that you get, the tame level bonus. And again, that's one of those things. Do 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 do. You do 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 do. Let's see. So anyways, so let's give the tame level bonus. We're going to give that. And again, the thing, once I have one of these made and the stats set on it, I'm going to create 4 copies of it. So there will be a common, uncommon, rare, and legendary version. Something I was talking about doing already that I mentioned earlier was to make the common ones valuable, have some value even for higher level players, is do something like what I've done with the totems, which is you can combine multiples of these together. Like you can take 4 of them and combine them together to make the next one up. So if you get 4 commons, you can turn those 4 commons into into an uncommon. If you get 4 uncommons, you can turn those into a rare. The only question I have is whether or not to make it so you can go from 4 rares to a legendary, or whether you make a legendary just a rare, super rare random drop. So this is we can do 5, 6, 8, 10. I think it's probably a good number for those. that means starting this one at 5. Whoops. And that is going to be tame level bonus. So this one does strength. It's going to do the damage resistance training. And again, I gave effective 20, so this will be 5. I can follow the exact same pattern. And then this one was also going to do the taunt. That is double, so that can be a 10. And then just because somebody suggested it, I'll throw in the dodge too. Okay, so we got Helm of the Bear Spirit. It's got the full text right there. This helm appears to have magic. That's the text right there that I wrote up for it. I'm sure there will be a number of typos in these things as I'm doing them. So that one I'm considering kind of done. Now I can make the 4 versions of it, which means time to hurry up and wait. I'm not quite ready to do the Fire Dancer outfit. Again, I'm planning on streaming until about 9 o'clock this morning. And then I probably will not do an afternoon stream because I think I was on streams for 7 hours, 8 hours yesterday, something like that. Do 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 do. My Greek friend. Yeah, so I'm gonna take. I think it's sounding like my next. This release I'm doing taming. It sounds like next release I may jump into some of the crafting stuff or harvesting stuff and try to look to see if there's any of these systemic problems that just have gone unnoticed because it wasn't clear what the real problem was. But I'm going to try to take a look at that the next release. And again, try and get some of the crafting stuff going. I know we have a huge crafting audience that is unhappy with a lot of things. But I'll make that something I spend a week on next release. And crafting is a huge system, even bigger than like taming by a ways. But I need to learn a lot of that stuff. So I can start figuring out understanding things again like this. I didn't know some of the problems that came up in taming until I actually took a dive in and tried to work with some of it. But let's see, I got one of those guys duplicated. Let me make 2 more of these guys and then I can make the uncommon, rare, and legendary versions of it. Oh, and while I'm thinking about it and I'm sitting here waiting on stuff, I'll throw up that junk. Oh, I probably should edit that and remove the part about Maxine getting ready for school. Bam. Here we go. That's really easy to read, right? Super easy to read over the text there. Oh, if you want it bad enough, you'll figure out how to read it. But anyways, those are the specials I ran last night that I didn't start until 6 o'clock, to which I had a number of people, probably some of the people on this morning's stream, who were saying they wanted to hear about the specials because they couldn't stay up that late. Totally get it. So I'll run them today until 6 o'clock today and end them at 6 o'clock. And I'm actually going to look at I may try doing some variation, lesser variation of that $100 crown bundle that I actually send out to people as like a special. That we put in an email or something. Maxine stays dressed, except her shoes. She always takes her shoes off. I will get her dressed in the morning, Some mornings I make her dress herself. Depends on what she's wearing. And put her shoes on, brush her hair, brush her teeth, sunscreen on, because her mom is kind of touchy about sunscreen. And then bring her downstairs. And then 10 minutes later, time to go. Mom comes downstairs and gets angry because Maxine does not have shoes on. Yeah, Chiasma, that was the thing I was doing was normally I do the $1,500 or 1,500 crown. You can have one 1,500 crown item. So this time it is 2,000 crown for the special to, again, this was, we're doing this to celebrate Twitch partners. We're Twitch partners now, which means we're going to be making a bunch of changes and I have a bunch of icons coming up and a bunch of other junk. Yeah, Lariana, that's, I'm continuing to do. Again, some of this is figuring out the best ways and also figuring out how to not piss off our email providers. I know that it doesn't, people haven't looked into it a lot, but it's actually really tough to send out 100,000 emails without spending a ton of money. So I've been working on that, but apparently I've been using some old email lists because I'm sending to people who haven't been in the game for a long time. Like they haven't been in long enough that we quit sending them emails 6 months to a year ago. We removed them from our MailChimp list because MailChimp gets really expensive when you start having higher user counts. But emails die off pretty quick in terms of like the half-life of an email is 6 months is what they claim. Yeah, so I sent out the first round and like, hey, guess what? 10% of them bounced and Amazon had a cow and I had to go deal with a bunch of stuff. So, but anyways, I've got a couple different systems set up now so I can always have a backup in case we get like bumped off of one, I can move to another one for sending out emails. I should point out we are doing everything completely by the books, GDPR compliant and everything for both the signups, for the you can unsubscribe and all that jazz. The part that's frustrating is we had a number of people the first time around that complained, saying they'd never put themselves on the email list, which of course was completely untrue. They just didn't remember they'd been on the email list. So we actually got blocked temporarily for that. It's amazing how many angry people sign up for a game and then forget that they signed up for it. But anyways, again, a lot of this is just working through the kinks, but that's actually blocked. I've sent out, I think, 3 emails now, but I'm just continuing to try and tune the email message, make it a little different each time. We'll see what this next one becomes or includes. The other thing is you guys should get used to getting some, like one kind of cool, neato item each release. So like this last one, that's what the mojito in the house was. We're going to have some other unique item next release. And we're also talking next release. Again, this is still just talking, but for R66, your login bonus might be a hefty chunk of experience, like 250,000 experience, pooled experience. Basically a month's worth of login bonus all at once, and a no-drop version of a potion of expedience or 2. And that is to get players who, like, for one, it makes a much cooler starting experience if you have a big pool of experience. You get a lot of dings. That's a lot of the positive reinforcements. For players who were in the game, didn't really stick or whatever, for them, that, like, they'll understand that's okay. Well, if I go back, I can give it another try and see if it's a little more forgiving now. And then also, again, the psychology is we're giving you a free potion of expedience. It'll be no drop or no trade. No do Bober Jenkins, 250k. New players, 250k is a ton. But again, for you guys who are already in there, you get a free potion of expedience. For the new guys, that'll be something cool that they'll have that, again, will increase that positive reinforcement stuff. These are just, again, some of the trying to make sure we're understanding the psychology of how these things work. But anyways, that's something that'll probably happen next release, but there'll also probably be some little other minor squirrels. Did I say squirrels? That's the example we keep using as our when we give people a pet, we always call it a yellow squirrel. Don't ask why. But you can look into more login bonuses next release. Totally for free, just for logging in that month. Do 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 do. Another thing we're working on that I can go into all the different reasons for it, but this is something that I don't think it'll make R66. It'll definitely make R67. But again, this one falls kind of in the same task line in terms of the people who are working on it, the same as the raids, which is something this may actually end up pushing off raids because it's so long overdue. And finally, I got everybody to understand some of the reasons why, to the point that now we're prioritizing it. So right now we would have a lot more freedom in terms of giving you guys stuff or adding stuff to, login rewards or other things if we could have more things be no trade. The having things as no trade also causes some problems in a number of ways, in that some people just have like 100 accounts to log in so that they can send all their items and then they can go try and sell them on a cash shop or whatever. We're not really interested in making those guys happy. But if we had no trade, I hear you, Andernut. If we have no trade, we can do stuff like have a login deco, where just for logging in, you get a no trade deco. So this is primarily for that type thing, but I'll also go into the other reasons for this. This is totally unrelated to what I was planning on doing this morning, but I can talk to you guys about it. But so by having no trade decos, allowing that feature, yes, that's exactly right, Andernut. If we can't do a no trade deco because you want to place them. So we're working on a system. We came up with the actual details, talked through all of it, so we can have no trade deco. So what it'll let you do is you can place the item. The owner of the item is always the item. If someone on the lot has rights to move it, they can slide it around. They cannot pick it up. If they want to, they can send it to your bank if they really want to evict the item. So that way you can do crystal swords. You guys can place quest items. You guys can place all these things that are no drop or no trade items. So that also, here's some other stuff that opens up. That means we can do for this monthly login bonus, we can do, because everybody who logs in gets the monthly bonus. The problem is if we have a deco thing, hey, guess what? Someone's going to make 100 accounts, log in, get their bonus, and email the account or the items to their other account so that they can resell them at a later date. That is not what we want to encourage. But if we make them no trade, that basically kills that, but we have to fix the whole deco thing. So here's the other thing that opens up, is something that I have been wanting forever. And I'll just describe one situation, but there's dozens of places where this will help things. You go to your pot. Someone has their pot, and I've seen this before, but again, you just have to have huge cooperation. You can have a chess set, a human-sized chess set that I'm sure you guys have all seen before, but you can have that out. Just have it on a public lot, have it set to open, which means that anybody can come up and move things around, rearrange things, but they can't take them. So you don't have to worry about somebody coming and stealing all your chess pieces. But you can leave a big chess set on your lot or on your pot. Somewhere in your pot is like here's the communal thing. And it can also be a communal play space. Imagine if you just had I dedicate this village lot in the middle of my town, and all I'm going to do is put a bunch of freaking bricks on it, and people can build whatever they want to with it. Now, they can't take the bricks. They can't send them to the bank, but they can move them and they can arrange them however they want to. I mean, this can even be something like, hey, here's a lot that I put up that all that is on this lot is like 400 wood panels that are all laid out in like a big grid, and you can make games based on that where anybody who wants to can come along and like move stuff around. You can make like brick puzzles and all these other immersive things that you guys can come up with. Vault items should cost less if they're made no trade. That's one of the things, I mean, we've discussed, again, I think some people understand our economy issues in terms of we sell few things, but we know that there's a lot of stuff still, that gets traded around. But again, because everything in the economy is durable goods, there's an accumulation over time of people with lots of durable goods. And when someone exits the game, the items don't really exit the game. They frequently sell them. So anyways, we'll probably have some changes on that, but we're not going to do anything that will make it so, like, if you have junk now that you can't, sell it or whatever. We'll come up with some sane thing, but that's way down the line. We got lots of stuff to figure out first. This first one is, again, to improve everything. Make it so you can place no trade items. Another thing that comes up quite frequently is, hey, I have a lot that I've got shared with like 7 people, and I have some items that have gone missing. What can I do? It's like, we don't ever want that. We don't want people stealing your items. When you place an item in your lot, unless you put it into like a public chest that is designed for it, when you place an item on your lot as a deco, that should be there and that should be yours, and no one should be able to take that unless you've given them permission to take that. So anyways, that's going to be happening. Yeah, and Elrond, that's the whole thing. It's like having like just a space where pot owners can go and say, hey, here's a big communal place, and I've put all these decos out there. You guys do what you want to with it. And are people going to stack the tables and put a chair on top of them? Absolutely. And that's kind of fun. So, if you guys have responsible people who are there in your pot, you guys can deal with that, or you can block people from decoing a space. But yeah, so it also solves a lot of like resident permissions. A lot of these other things have just been like kind of half broken because they don't feel safe, they don't feel secure. But this is going to fix all that stuff. We walked through all the details with it yesterday. That was a big part of our team meeting yesterday, was going over the sanity checking that stuff and how we're going to manage that. Oh, absolutely, people will spell out naughty words. They will also spell out stuff like all devs should play the game and other things like that. But that's going to happen. Oop of the Veil. People are going to glitch other things through walls. So those are 2 different problems, though. The fact that you can glitch stuff through the walls is one problem. The fact, and that shouldn't block these other things. So that's one we need to have a system to get both stuff out of walls, or at least see what things are in the walls or what things are on your lot, so you can go and find stuff. So I think there's also going to be a little more, again, some of the decisions were made because of immersion. We want to maintain immersion, and some of those immersion things start breaking down the fun of the game to have them. So there's probably going to be some things like, I'm even looking at stuff like pot owners, and when you're in a player-owned dungeon, that you can slew around kind of the same way devs do, where you can fly through the air so you can actually see things, because there's a lot of stuff in pots that would be so much freaking easier if you could just like, can I get up and see what this looks like from the sky and look down on it? Because you guys know it's what a nightmare it is to place that. It's kind of like you're building this stuff at the ground level, but you're trying to build these huge things. So again, those things are going to be quick quality of life things that'll be coming up. We'll probably get a few little things in for 66. But I'm pushing for like a lot of that stuff in for the next few releases. And also coming up with some new other things that some are for devs, some we may use in other ways later down the line. So we can have things like items that can be traded once rather than having them be no trade. So that way we can allow stuff like gifting and things like that. Anyways, lots of cool stuff coming up. And a lot of them are pretty low-hanging fruit in terms of difficulty. This came up, another thing that brought this up was you guys probably know I did the deco contest. We had the fishing tournament, stuff like that. We have trophies, but guess what? I can't make the trophies. I wanted to make them no trade, so players couldn't give them away or sell them or whatever. They had to keep them as their own personal trophy, because some of them I actually put their names on them. But then the other thing was like, well, I can't make a trophy no trade because then you can't place it as a deco. So it's that type of like just basic stuff being broken due to some old, not great decisions. So we're going to be fixing some of those. That again, that's not huge stuff that's going to make headlines on gaming websites, but it's going to be real quality of life improvements for you. Jasmine, we may come up with a smaller version or slightly less interesting Lord of the Isle bundle. We will see on that. Again, yeah, when we have a lot of those things, like the Lord of the Isle stuff, that is, we're we're trying to make sure the items you get out of it are like high value, like add a lot of fun and enjoyment to the game, but also, some of that is just we know there's a kind of a built-in. You're buying the package because you want to help the project and you believe in the project, so absolutely appreciate that. And so we will probably, there may be some like kind of Lord of the Rock or whatever, Lord of the Swamp version coming up, where we can do some of the Lord of the Isle stuff. And that's the not having an office visit and some of those other things is absolutely on the agenda. I think we're just about, like, maybe we have one more to sell out. Lord of the Swamp title, that'd be good. Oh, and thank you, Z of Silverday. Oh, and I still owe John Marcus a song. But some of those things I know that, like, we've got people in, like, Europe and Asia and other places. It's like the idea of them coming to Austin to meet up with people, it's just not feasible, but that's actually something pretty cool for people who want to do it. And again, we don't actually have an office right now. I continue to look at it, but I've actually got a couple things lined up. We've been using this office space that's free that comes with our data center. And that has actually worked really well, so we will see. We're going to have to onboard a few people, obviously, at some point in the not too terribly distant future, which may require an office, but we may just do rental office space. So in terms of us having an office, anytime we have something that says office visit, if we don't have an office at that time, where you can come and meet some people, what we will do is what we're going to do for SodaCon, which is we're going to all meet up down on Richard's property. The crazy, like he's got like a lakeside property down there, and we'll just have everybody can come down, like the SodaCon people and others. And honestly, Richard's property, like if we had an office, Richard's property has like 10 times the history of any office we have. Going to Castleton, that's where they do like SCA events here. They had jousting there a few weekends ago. They have a Globe Theater replica that they do Shakespearean plays at, like, the Austin Shakespeare group does Shakespearean plays there. He's got a pirate ship. He's got a castle. He's got, I think, 9 little houses, supposedly one little house for each of the Ultimas. And then he's got Elad's lighthouses there. And then he's got, just like other crazy stuff. He can take you on a hike up to the cave that was tunnel bored into the earth as an escape route for his the castle that he started building there. But hey, guess what? The new wife isn't a big fan of castles. Eric Rules, this is out actually if you go across the 360 bridge, if you're an Austin person, and probably are since you know Bee Cave, if you go across the 360 bridge, the Pennybacker Bridge, and you're going south on that, if you look off to the right, you'll see a little white lighthouse down on the lake. That is like one end of the property. And then the property goes for like a mile. I think it has a mile of frontage, but some of that is because it has a creek that goes up. Not in Davenport. It's on the other side of the lake from Davenport. But he's got a castle. He's also got like boat docks, and that's where, if you've seen any videos of us like having sword fights or having events where we're outdoors, that's almost always where it's been. And for those who pay attention, he actually put it up for sale a few years ago, but he put it at a stupid price that he knew it would never sell at. So right now it's actually the highest listed price of any property in the entire state of Texas. But again, he put it up at that because he didn't want it to sell. But he's seen if there's any nibbles out there. It would take a very, very special person to purchase it. And again, I think he has it up at like a stupid price. But again, he knows it won't sell. I've talked to him about it, and he said he knows it's not going to sell. It's just the realtor put it up there, and Rick kind of is one of those things like, if you had to sell this property, what would you want for it type things. And the price he put it at, he obviously does not want to sell that property. He bought it 30 years ago-ish during Origin days, because there's going to be a community down there. There's going to be like a whole neighborhood of houses right on the lake. And the builder went bankrupt, and so he bought it from the builder who went bankrupt as just like an investment. $11 billion. No, it actually no joke. And again, he put it at this price because he doesn't really want to sell it. But I think it's up for sale officially at $45 million, if you can believe that. Again, that's like 50 times what he paid for it or something crazy. But like I said, he did it as an investment, but it'll take a very, very special buyer to buy it. So, and he doesn't want to get rid of it. And it's an awesome property, so I see why he wouldn't really want to get rid of it. It's always funny because I'm not sure if any of you have ever looked at Zillow.com. It's like a realty website where it shows you like what they think houses are really worth and that stuff. But that gives you an option to put in a make me move price, how much it'd take to make you move out of sell that place, even though you're not really looking at moving, you don't have it on the market. And that's so. This is Richard's make me move price on his property. Anyways, back to this stuff. And yeah, the stuff I was just talking about. You guys can probably. I don't see any reason why you can't talk to it. Obviously, this is going to be public, not too distant future about the no drop or no trade changes and being able to deco with no trade objects. Must finish bear hat. Maybe I can make the goal of my... I said I was going to stop around 9 today. Make it a little over a 4-hour stream. Because I have some secret stuff I have to do in terms of... I don't do coding. Try not to do any coding, real coding on the air, but I've got to do some coding here in a bit. So I'll log off so I can do that. But I'll try and get these 3 things going: the special stag helm, the special bear helm, and the special wolf helm as artifacts. Tomorrow, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do tomorrow. I may not stream at all tomorrow. Do not panic. Do not panic. But I'll see what I've got. I've got several things going on tomorrow, including, I think I mentioned I'm going to have lunch with some other games industry people here in town who are doing similar stuff to us. Leader people from the other groups. Just to chat them up on various things. We try to get together about every 2 or 3 months so we can talk over what are you guys doing different? What are we doing different? What are other people doing? Alright, so we got the bear helm here. You guys can't see. Again, I was working off camera there to rename a bunch of stuff. But got that. These are all correct. These are all the bear eyes. I'm just setting the... That's the common. So I'm going to make the uncommon. Again, the stats on it will be just a step up from that previous one. I think I said I was going to do 5, 8, 12, I think is what I was going to do. 8, 8. $15, I'll leave the dodge alone. I just screwed up there. Someone did a thing. Oh, John Marcus, you're right. Hold on. I'm going to get you a song. Hold on. These are important things. I'll do this. When I was growing up, I lived in the northern tip of Maine, kind of for 3 years, entirely too long to live in the very interior northern tip of Maine. But there was no radio stations there. We were 200 miles from the nearest mall. Actually, we were 150 miles from a mall if we wanted to go to Quebec. We were 200 miles from Bangor. But I mentioned that because there was no radio stations there, and that was kind of in some of my formative years. But and we only had about 5 cassette tapes up there that we could listen to. And one of them was Fleetwood Mac Rumors. But I was a huge Fleetwood Mac my whole life. Still am. So I'll do a landslide here. I took my love and I took it down. Climbed a mountain and I turned around. And I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills till the landslide brought me down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is love? Can the child within my heart rise above? Can I sail through the changing ocean tides? Can I handle the seasons of my life? Take that, Nayla. Well, I've been afraid of changing 'cause I've built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, even children get older, and I'm getting older too. Yes, I'm getting older too. All right, there we go. Great Knicks tune. Obviously a great Knicks tune because about 20 different people have redone it, including the Dixie Chicks is the one I was listening to last. No, I will not believe it is horrible until Mojito starts howling while I'm singing. Like I said, I'm a dad singer. I sing well enough for my 5-year-old, and that is all I worry about. And as I've mentioned earlier on the stream, I'm trying to instill in her the be fearless on everything, including being fearless in front of crowds. So that was my horrible rendition in front of 102 viewers. So again, though, John Marcus, appreciate it, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to embarrass myself. All right, back to bear hats. So the thing I just screwed up is I had the common. Let me get back over here. I was editing the common. I thought I was editing the uncommon, but I locked the inspector on that window. So let me go back and change those guys back to the old values. Only a few pieces of data there. All right, so now that's the common. Now the uncommon is going to be 8, 8, and 15. The rare will be 10, 10, and 20. And then the legendary will be 12, 12, 25, and let's save project since I haven't done that in a while. 12, 12, 12. So those were the, yes, Arca Hemp Strike. I know I'm saying it right. Arca Hemp Strike. These are, when I'm making new artifacts now, I'm making a common, an uncommon, a rare, and a legendary version. So, when you get a roll for one of these things, you'll get a roll, basically you'll get a roll to, I got a Helm of the Bear Spirit. And then in that side of that, it'll pick, okay, which one did it get, the common, the uncommon, the rare, or the legendary. The other thing I'm planning on doing with these, I got to come up with a way to make some recipes fast for them, but is to have the same type of stuff I have with the totems, where if you get 4 Bear Spirit common helms, you can combine those to make an uncommon. If you get 4 uncommons, you can combine those to make a rare. So that even when you find like the crappy ones, there's actually a purse or a purpose for that item. There's actually something you can do with it that as a high level player, it'll still be meaning for you, because the legendary versions or the rare versions, the rare versions will probably be like 1 in 1,000 drop type things. But that means that more often what you'll be doing is getting 4 commons and creating a market for those, and you can go and get, hey, thank you very much, Z of Silverdale, for the 300 bits. Again, I guess you guys like what I'm saying. So anyways, just, you'll be able to, there's actually a purpose for that, because that's my thing, is if you guys have heard me talk about it, our loot is horrible. That it's not just us that calls that out. We have whenever we've taken feedback from groups that we trust, whether it be like BMC or the Syndicate or whoever else, that's one of the top things that gets called out is our loot does not feel rewarding. We do not have what most games have, which is a loop where I can go out, adventure for 4 hours, and in that 4 hours, even if we're high level, like somebody in our party gets something that they want. For us, we have two problems. One is, again, we focused on low level content entirely too much, not enough challenging content. But the other is, even when you go out and do some of the challenging content, you rarely, very, very rarely get anything that's worthwhile. Some of that is by design, but some of that, I mean, that's one of those design things. As we're moving forward, we're trying to break some of those design ideas that are crippling the project, the fun of the project. But we're trying to make sure we want to make sure crafters are still making the best stuff. That will still be true. So again, some of these will be things that you can take and craft off of them, but you can take these things and enchant them, improve them. And then the other thing is some of these things will be things you can't improve or enchant, but they'll have a very different purpose than any of the crafted stuff. Elron, yes, I probably am going to go do that. I probably will go rework some of the previous artifacts and do exactly what I'm doing here, which is I will go and look at the base version. I will go in, I will add, make that's now the common version, then make an uncommon, a rare, and a legendary. And each one of those just turns up the stats a little bit. But with the same type feeling of, if you have 4 of them, you can do them. And, each one, like the common one should be, like maybe you won't use it, which is kind of where they all are now. Like maybe there's some that you'll use, but then if you get 4 of those, and hey, guess what? You can upgrade it to a new version. You get 4 of those, you can upgrade to a new version. And the 4 is just a number I pulled out of my butt earlier, so don't lawyer me, bro, as a friend of mine might say. All right. Oh, the other reason I need to quit at 9 is because I've got an email. I got 25 emails overnight, which I'm guessing means some people bought some stuff in game, or have questions about some stuff. So I got to go deal with that. The other one I did a lot. I probably should sing some songs from that I pretty much grew up on. That was another one of those tapes that I had when I lived in Maine, and there was no radio. Was Jim Croce, Photographs and Memories, Greatest Hits. Hey, thank you, XX Killjoy, 420XX. Thank you. Thank you. But that was another one that I listened to a million times. Andernut, you didn't give me a follow until now? What? Shame. And thank you, XX Killjoy, for the 100 bits too. £30,000. I'm trying to figure out what that is. Oh, you unfollowed and followed. Okay, yeah, apparently it doesn't show unfollows. Apparently we don't advertise that. So anyways, we got the bears done. And thank you, Elron, for the 100 bits. And again, you guys have been watching me every month. I'm trying to get through and fix some of these things that I feel have been wrong for years, practically. This is, again, I'm taking a deeper stab at taming this release, just because I feel that is something that, of all the systems, yeah, crafting's got some major problems, but taming was probably the most flawed and most in need of love, and also one of the ones that people are most passionate about. So, like I said, maybe next release I'll take a stab at making taming 50% cooler. And maybe I will do the taming specialization stuff, or try to figure out that stuff. I think if I'm going to do it, that's probably 2 releases away, because I'm going to have to... there's a lot of stuff I've got to learn about crafting stuff. Let's see, it is 8:28. So let's go ahead and do our next to the last giveaway here. This is for the Fire Dancer outfit. And I'll do one more after this because, again, I'm planning on wrapping up around 9. Hold on, I'm catching up on work chat. I'm planning on wrapping up around 9, so I better close this one up pretty quick, and then I will do one more raffle that I can do it when I close out the morning. And I'm not ending my day at 9, I'm actually just moving to stuff that you guys can't see. I gotta write some code and do a few other things. It looks like I gotta answer a bunch of emails it's easier when I'm not on a stream. There are only 392 people who have submitted heraldry. I'm not sure where that number comes from. It sure seems like it's more than that. Hold on. Let me go look. I'm pretty sure that sure seems low to me. Hey, Lariana, 200 bits. My T-Cash. Oh, Merrick Dragon. So that's not how many who have submitted. The T-Cash folder you only get that when you actually see somebody. So that's how many have been submitted and that you have seen personally in game. And remember, it only loads them even when you get to the point where it needs to render them. And then it kind of loads it in the background quietly. But yeah, if you guys can always go look at your T-Cash folder to to see. But yeah, we don't send down everybody. And let's see, it's 50, so it's about 50 per page. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it is actually, the number is closer to 4,000 unique heraldry. You just haven't seen them. And again, that's how many are active right now, so there's actually more than that have been put into that database, uploaded to our CloudFront cache, because some people have done like 2 or 3 different heraldry things. Yeah, you only have the cache of the people who you have seen, and that cache may actually clear itself out a little bit better, or clear itself out after some time, your local cache. Yeah, it may actually be more than 4,000. That's just me looking at an estimate of how many per page and trying to scroll down and figure out how many pages we have. Okay. I didn't do the giveaway yet, did I? Let's do the giveaway. You guys have all raffled up. What iStar Strider said, I'm working on some right now that I promised some taming stuff, so I want to get these done, and then I'm going to work on some more of you guys'. I think I've done 3 of the ones off that list already for this next release. Again, also, I'm going to try to work tomorrow. I might not stream because I may be working on artifacts in secret. I know, why would I do anything in secret? How devious of me. But I want to get some things in there that are surprise to people. And also the other thing I've got to do is once I've got these guys in, I've got to figure out the other fun part, which is I've got to get them into loot bundles so they actually drop in game. The Hoe of Destruction. I forget, we had a little joke on that at some point. We had a Hoe of Destruction, of Death and Destruction. I forget what the gag was. I mean, I know Hoe of Destruction from Ultima, but yeah. My Greek friend, I will. Again, I'm trying to get taming to a point that it does not suck for this release, so I'm trying to pay attention to just taming for this release. I took a little bit of a light pass at Summoned Animals last release. I still have getting some more effects on them so that they are more useful in parties. But for this release, I'm really just trying to focus on taming. I do a bad job. I spread myself really thin. And as we've seen, sometimes I need to take a really deep pass on stuff so I can actually spend week looking at it, so I really understand some more of the problems and the actual what the actual problems are, rather than just me kind of running by and putting some duct tape on this and that and the other thing. So I'm trying to understand taming, and really get a grip on what the problems are and why people are unhappy with it, and whether those being unhappy is unjustified or justified. So I hope you understand, but I probably will not take much of a pass on that on summoned animals. All right, I think these bear masks, these special bear masks, are just about ready. Oh, I've got one more thing I've got to do for them. I've got to go in. I don't even know what this thing is. Hold on. I had a little window pop up. All right, let's see. The common one. I renamed the legendary one so you guys can tell it apart from the other ones. Legendary. And thank you very much and good morning. Hey Snugs, you'll be happy to know I've been working on some taming artifacts. This is one this is the second one. I did earlier I did the Ring of the Ringmaster, which I know is kind of a goofy name, but I wanted to have kind of a generic, this like ring that just improves taming, kind of improves the level of it. And again, did 4 versions of it. This one I just finished up is the Helm of the Bear Spirit. I'm making a bear version, a stag version, and then also a wolf version. Each one of them you can wear, and it'll help with taming in different ways. So the bear one gives like extra taunt and extra. What did I give it? Extra? No, I didn't give it toughness. I gave it. Did I give it strength? It's taunt level and. Oh, I did 2 tame level bonuses. That's no good. Good thing I actually went to check. It's like, why can I not remember what the thing is? You guys failed me. You're watching me right here. If there are any bugs go into this stuff, I blame you guys. You guys are supposed to be catching me. But I was supposed to do taunt. I think I'm doing health bonus and then also level bonus for it. But it looks like... I can get one here and show you what it looks like in game 2. Trying to make it cool. And I'm trying to make also, I'm going to have 3 helms. I'm going to have 1 ring for taming stuff. I'll probably do 2 other pieces because I want to make sure that there's, it's, if I just make, here's 5 rings or whatever, obviously you can only choose 1. So I'm trying to make sure that there's a variety of things so you guys can start tracking this stuff down. Alright, so let me get back and do the taming thing, which I was going to do for the bear. He was going to be the... Oh, and Snugs, the other thing you missed is while I'm looking at this stuff and trying to understand some of the numbers and what numbers I should be setting, I identified that your tame level bonus, your tame combat training, was not working as I would have expected it to work, and I fixed it. So basically it was set to be an exponential. So each skill point was kind of an exponential, but of course we already got the exponential in terms of experience cost. So you can get to level 80 and it would give you plus 14. To the level, and then you get it to the level, looking at the same thing, like to get it to level 100, and guess what, that's like another million plus experience, and that only gives you 1 more pet level. So your bear that was level 97 would go to 98 for only 1 million experience. If you want to get to 99, you would have to spend 8 million experience points, because it was doing an exponential bad way increase. So I fixed that because that's already an exponential thing with a linear output. So the kind of what I look for is I want to make sure things are exponential, but I'm trying to avoid too many exponential things. If it is something that gives a exponential improvement, I'm okay with having exponential experience costs and exponential, in a negative sense, increases in the thing. But this was something that's a pretty linear output. It already had exponential experience. I don't believe it should have been exponential also in terms of having to raise your skill exponentially to get it up a point. So anyways, that's now going to be linear as the short version. If you had 100 tame constant or tame combat training before, your creature your tame pet will get plus 25 levels. It was probably before, it's probably like plus 15. So probably most people in game, and now you actually have a reason to level that skill. Before it was like the diminishing returns were massive on it. So anyway, so now that'll be better for next release. Yes, I get distracted. I'm all over the place. Again, that's why I'm trying to focus on just taming for this release and make taming awesome. Next release, I can get to other stuff like take a deep dive into crafting. Because usually what I find when I dive into stuff, there's something, if people are unhappy about something, there's usually a good reason why. It's just not obvious to devs as to what's going on. And that has definitely been the case with taming. And again, same way that I'm all over the place, this is why, there's a lot of devs who touch a lot of stuff, and it's tough figuring out. Honestly, it's tough figuring out when you guys are just making noise about something because you want it to be better, and when there's actually something wrong. All right, back to the bear. So the bear, I was going to do taming damage resistance, I think was going to be his alternate. It's either going to be that or health. I think taming damage resistance makes more sense for the bear than it does for a stag or a wolf. So we will make element number 2 on these. Here's 1. There's 2. There's 3. And again, to be clear, this is, let me throw one of these guys out there so you can actually see what it looks like. And I can explain again why it is how it is. I'll put it on the pirate ship so I can zoom in on it. Bam. So that's what look like these eyes when we are actually in game mode. The eyes will actually, the red parts will actually glow super bright. They'll have like the bloomy stuff. Again, it's not quite a polar bear. It's not quite the normal bear, so it'll stand out. In addition to the eyes glowing, there will be an uncommon version, a common, uncommon, rare, legendary, that each one gets significantly better in terms of its rewards. And you'll be able to take multiple uncommons and update them to uncommon. Take multiple uncommons, turn this into a rare. The idea between the bear, the stag, and the... what am I doing? Oh, did I not do the giveaway yet? Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? Oh, dang it, can't see. Wait, oh no, you can't see because it's off the screen that way. Hold on, let me get it over there. I may have to swap a window. Let me do that. It's getting closer. There you go. Now you can see. And thank you for the bit, John Marcus and Snugs. It's the alert system, in case you guys haven't seen that before, is people giving me bits to alert me when I'm being stupid, because it's the only way they have to beat me. But anyway, so yeah, so this is the version. Again, it looks different. It's got the eyes will glow, like actually glow. They'll be bloomy, so that they'll be like a red bloomy. They'll, like in the dark, they'll glow in the dark as well. They don't have to have a light source. It's actually using the emission property on rendering stuff for the techie people out there. But again, there'll be a common, uncommon, rare, legendary. There's going to be a bear version, a stag version, and a wolf version. Now the bear version does not have to be used for bears. It'll be used for any type of tamed pet you have. And the idea between those is each one of those kind of has different attributes. So when you think about a bear, when you think about a stag, when you think about a wolf. So if you want, again, if you wear the bear one, it's going to instill some of the properties of a bear tamed pet into whatever tamed pet you have. So that's going to be, they'll all give a few extra pet levels. But, this should be the last giveaway. I'll tell you what, I'll make the 9 o'clock, I'll do a 9 o'clock giveaway, and I'll throw in a second item as well as the Fire Dancer outfit, because I've failed miserably. Remy, I've not done boars yet. Again, finite amount of time, and you see how slow it can be to do some of these things sometimes, unfortunately. But again, the bear will instill some of the attributes of the bear into it, like extra toughness, extra like damage resist and magic resist. It'll add extra taunt to whatever pet you have. So if you can still have like a spider pet, wear a bear helm, and your spider will be better at taunting is the idea. Same thing with the wolf, that it'll get extra speed, it'll get extra damage, and then the stag will get extra criticals, or was the stag extra speed? Oh, the stag was extra speed. The wolf was extra. I already forgot what it was. But anyways, it'll instill some of the abilities. I know it's the stag. The wolf was extra critical hits and extra. I think the wolf was extra strength and extra critical hits. So basically, the wolf will be the extra. I want this guy to just be a DPS thing. The stag has a little bit that'll help it with PvP in terms of faster movement and higher crit values. And then the bear will be I want my tamed pet to be a tank. I want him to be able to hold aggro, and I want him to be able to survive aggro once he gets it. So again, as always with these things, I'm trying to think about like what's the actual use for it, rather than just throwing some random numbers at it. Trying to think how people might actually want these things to be used. So again, you don't have to have a bear pet to use the bear helm. You just have to have any pet, and it will instill some of the spirit of a bear into it, is the idea. You want to throw a pattern on it? I don't know. I'll have to go look. And again, that's one of those things. I haven't looked at a lot of the taming stuff, so I actually don't know how the pattern system works. That's one of the more confusing, not obvious stuff. Let's see. Shift apparently asks something intelligent. Give pets an assist command. Yeah, we found some bugs this morning that sounded like some people found some, like the creature AI states, whether you set them as like defensive or aggressive or whatever. That was actually, we found there was some problem. It seems like they don't properly change between them unless you unsummon and resummon the pet. So I think there's going to be some bugs we'll look at with that. But yeah, your pet should be assisting already. Fizzle, I actually typed up a pretty lengthy description for each one of these guys that I created. It does not show the exact numbers for them, but it gives details on what they actually do, in addition to giving a little fictional thing. Like here's the one for the wolf I just put in there. Again, fiction is hard. Not as hard as naming trolls, but it's hard. You don't need numbers. The numbers will be actually displayed on the item, so when you mouse over it, it'll show you the numbers. But again, it'll show a number like +5 whatever, +5 taunt. But again, some of those are without understanding the system underneath it. I could remove the numbers altogether, but without understanding the system beneath it. What does like +10 taunt mean? We can't explain that in a tooltip as to what +10 taunt means. It's really more of you can see this and you can compare it to something else that gives taunt and see that one gives +12, this one gives +10. Okay, the +12 is better. But again, having lots of numbers in there, sometimes it's just hard to explain. Did I put 2 instills in there? Again, there's lots of problems typing in this stupid thing, so I need to get used to doing a better job of typing outside and pasting in. But anyways, I am gonna get to go on and do the next guy, the stag. So let me see if I can do the stag now. You guys will get to see me go through the same nightmarish, tedious process on the stag. Do. Helm of the stag. Oh. Hey, Snugs, that's good. I guess that means you approve. Thank you for the 100, and then thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you for sending me off on a high note today, because this will probably be my last stream today, and I might not stream tomorrow. Obviously, I'll be streaming on Friday. Gold colors. I can do yellow eyes on a stag. Again, I just want to make sure the eyes glow, because that's one of the things that really stands out, is using emissive on things. Times Snugs, thank you for sending me off right, because yeah, like I said, I'm probably not going to be on. I will probably not stream tomorrow. We will see how I'm feeling and how I'm caught up on things, but I may just want to sit and focus, because even though I get a lot of work done when I'm talking to you guys while I'm waiting for stuff, it still is a little less work. So I'm trying to get, tomorrow is the lockdown day. That's supposed to be the last day we put in new work, new code, new data. So I want to make sure and get a lot of this stuff done tomorrow. oh, Snugs, your 1,000 cheering over instead of your usual 100 cheering. I guess that means you're happy about that. This will be the 4th. These will make 4 new taming artifacts. I'm going to try to get a few more in tomorrow, though. And also, I got in 3 of the artifacts off the artifact ideas spreadsheet. I'm going to try to get in a few more of those tomorrow as well. Again, with my plan of getting to 12 new artifacts, my hope of getting to 12 new artifacts. But that also that means 48 new artifacts, because there's 4 levels for each one of those things. Let me see. Oh yeah, like icy blue eyes or something for that thing. Fizzle, yeah, you're late to the show on this. Yes, my plan is to go back and update many of the older ones. It should be easy. If Unity was snappy, if they hadn't broken things, it'd take me minutes to do. But unfortunately, because of all the craziness of every time I want to dupe an object, it's taken me 20 to 30 seconds. It's going to take me a lot longer to do. But yeah, I plan on going back and adding that same idea. I will not get to that almost certainly this release. Maybe I can go back and hit 1 or 2 of the old ones. Maybe I'll update Ring of Luck, so you can have a legendary Ring of Luck. Would that be cool? Blue for the White Walker mask. Good idea there. I forget what's the. How long do we have to wait before we can talk about spoilers of Game of Thrones stuff? I'll probably give it a few months before I talk about any Game of Thrones spoilers. The last episode in my review of it, I won't give any spoilers, but it was kind of what I expected. It's so hard, as we've seen with other shows, like, again, Lost is one of those that comes to mind. Babylon 5 is another one that I was super passionate about, and you kind of have this like building and building and building through, like, if not even like a season, sometimes through like the series. Like Babylon 5 is one of those where like they're building to the big battle between the ancient alien races, and it was so good up until the battle, and then it kind of was like, okay, well let's just go ahead and end it here. It kind of felt a little bit like that for Game of Thrones, with the battle for the North being such like a big building stuff, and then the battle stuff that happened down south where things went. But again, it's one of those things that's really tough to wrap up a tough show, because everybody has such high expectations, and that's also kind of like Lost. That's one of the things when we were watching Lost. It's like there were so many times when it was this episode they answered 2 questions and added 4 more questions. Well, by the time you get through 5 seasons of that, you got like 500 questions left open, and different people have keyed in on different ones. They're like, what's the answer to this one? What's the answer to that one? And they can't answer them all. But also, it's just, how do you wrap that stuff up? I think Lost was especially bad in that they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't think Lost would be more than a 1-season show. And they didn't really have a plan as to what it all meant. So, but anyways, Game of Thrones, like, they wrapped it up okay. Wasn't a great ending to the show, but I'm not going to put it in like the Lost or Seinfeld bad categories I saw some people doing. TV talk with Chris. Yeah, that was also, I saw some people, like, everybody's trying to put their own ideas around it. It's like, well, it's because George R. R. Martin didn't write it, and they had to finish it without him. Well, like, George R. R. Martin was in the same situation. He's probably like super thankful because these other guys came along and fixed things. What? Focus on taming? What? Hold on, I'll get the taming. But yeah, so now George R. R. Martin is like, well, they screwed it up for me, and he doesn't have to write the book. But hey, guess what? He hadn't written the book in, how long had he had? Like a decade or something? There's a reason he hadn't written the book. It's really tough to write an ending to something that people are so passionate about. Yes, it will be. There's 2 Avatar movies in the works. Yeah, 15 years. Yeah, I don't know that he was finishing. Obviously, he was consulted on this. If he had something that was a solid storyline, they would have used it. But it sounds like, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, and season 8, I mean, honestly, season building up to, there's so many storylines going on that it's like, okay, we got to set up this story, that story, we got to wrap up, make the checklist of all the things you got to wrap up. And that's what season 8 was, of like, you got to go down, check the list. Okay, we know, like, hey, guess what? The Hound and the Mountain got to fight at some point in there, and we got to take care of, clear up the North, and we got to, like, all these other things. So, yeah, I mean, again, it was... it's tough to wrap up a show well. When a show is so good like that, it's nearly impossible. So, again, they wrapped up things. I'm okay with how things ended. Hey, Lariana, thank you very much, ×2, and thank you, Snugsy100. Thank you all for all the support and happiness you seem to show about taming stuff. Yeah, and Shift PC, that was the other thing, is like, again, the books, so much stuff. I think anybody who read the books would go on and on about the, everybody does this with every movie or whatever, but the books for Game of Thrones, like, everybody's like, they left out like whole giant characters and whole sets and all that stuff. Man, Snugs, thank you. So I should shut up about other stuff and get these taming things done for Snugsy. So let me get to doing that now, instead of talking about Game of Thrones and TV stuff. Merrick Dragon, I mean, the TV show, it's actually one of those things, they did a great job. It's not the same, but they did a pretty good job of capturing the Game of Thrones stuff. So, I mean, it's worth a watch. Absolutely, like, especially like the first 5 or 6 seasons. They did great with it. And it's not just like they represent the story well, it's great production value and great actors as well. Yeah, and that's kind of one of those things too. Is like the books. If you're a book person, which a lot of people who are probably playing this game are, because again, it's having an imagination, being able to imagine things. So probably a big overlap. But all right, enough chatter about that. I'm going to focus on getting some artifacts done here. Let's see. Mask Helm, Stag Spirit. Oh. Yeah, so I'll try and get this base Stag stuff set up. So again, so those people out there who did not see me do this on the last one, who are just joining me at a reasonable time because they don't get up at 4 or 5 a.m. like I do. You can see all the 97 steps to add a visual item to the game, like a piece of armor. And this is just by duping another piece of existing armor in game. It's 10 times as much work if you want to make something totally new. Let's see. Helm of the Stag Spirit. Let's see. Imbued with the power I'm updating my instills to be, this helm appears to have been imbued with a powerful magic that allows tamers to instill their own pets with the spirit of the stag. This increases their level, their speed, and their critical hit ability. Woo! One and only just got some 2019.1.3 builds done with some new features turned on as we're continuing to test that. That will not go out in release 66. We're not that crazy. We may do that in release 67 though if we actually see some improvements. And that'd be good. Imbued by Ursus. See, you guys should be writing this crap for me. That's why I put the description column in the artifact spreadsheet, is because this stuff is really hard to come up with when you've done like 20 of them. It's like, as I mentioned earlier, Lum is no longer with us, but I have mad respect for him and his creative ability to sit down and just write out, come up with all these crazy different descriptions that still sound unique and non-repetitive. All right, we're gonna start here. I'm gonna open prefab on this guy. Gotta do the deco. All right, we got Soda Stag Brown. So we gotta go modify this texture that you guys cannot see. This material you guys cannot see. Let me dupe that. This is, I'm going in to edit the thing, and I'm going to be adding a all I can think of is bloom. Adding a texture to make his eyes glow. Emissive. Adding an emissive texture to it. So taking the existing one, I'll come back and I'll modify the existing material so I can put a new material on the other ones, and that'll contain all the changes for it. And then that way I can change both the color of the stag, and I can also change I can have his eyes glow a different color with the new material. I can change all that stuff up. So give me a few minutes and we will see that, and probably once I get this guy done, I'll probably do the final giveaway. TikTok goes o'clock 10 a.m. Okay, let me get this one guy done so you guys can actually see the visual difference on this. I'll have to update my screen so you can actually see the stag a little better too. Hold on, let me go in and edit paint.net. Ooh, where the heck are the eyes? Looks like it has one eye, and they're probably mapping that on the other side of his face as well. That is my guess. So let me see if I can select. Alright, and then I gotta invert my selection. I gotta delete that stuff out, and then I gotta invert the colors. I gotta file save, force it to 32-bit, close that guy out, come back over here, re-import this texture. Of course, you guys are seeing absolutely nothing other than unchanging screens. This is all stuff I'm doing off the side here. So Perfect. Then I can make this into, I just need to find his material. Oh, there's already, that's right, there's a glowing stag. That'd be neat. I could try doing the glowing stag on there, but I think this will be just as interesting. Yeah, I forgot about the glowing stags in the Hidden Veil. Or no, Lost Veil. I always get those two things confused. I have no idea why. Waiting. Hurry up and wait. It's a story of unities these days. Hurrying up and waiting. Here we go. Let's see. So I got the material there. I need to go and find the two versions. I need to drag the red eye version over that. And I need to drag the red eye version over that. Take two. And again, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Just trust me, it's about to be awesome. Red eye version over that. Okay, so now I can go and modify the red eye version. So step one is I need to go and pull in the emissive. Seriously? Come on. Oh, I hate you so much. Stag. There it is. All right. Oh, that's right. We were going to do yellow, like gold glowing eyes on this guy. Maybe a little too much. Oh, and this is the, I think that's the, yeah, here's the LED. And of course, in-game, it's going to look very different from this. Because this will not show emissive properties, it just shows emissive as a color. In the game, though, that's what you see when you have like glowing, like if you imagine like the lava, and you see like the glowing red parts, that's all emissive texture. So you just have to imagine when this gets into game, this will be the emissive glowing part there. Let's see. So yeah, so that'll be high poly. So there we go. So now we have that version of it. So that is the deco version. So if you mount it somewhere, that's what it'll look like. Let me check that out. That is not what I wanted to do. Once again, I screwed it up. I got to discard changes. I gotta go back to the stag deco, because what I should have done is dupe the stag deco so I can make a new instance of it. Waiting for Unity. Hurry up and wait. Here's my wait dialog. It's got to update that asset database. Got to do that every time we touch anything, and it's got to be a non-linear or a linear operation where it's slow on everything. And my red. Waiting on Unity. Again, productivity, painful. Waiting on Unity, there we go. So now I can take this one. This part will go quick now. I gotta do that one to have red eyes. I gotta do that one to have red eyes. Oh, and I called the eyes red. I'm sure that won't confuse anybody. So why the red is yellow or golden glowing. And then I'm going to do the same thing for those head and see. I'm going to do the same thing with the wolf head, but it's going to be, I'll go with some like light blue glowing eyes. Oh, so the other thing I want to do with this is also consider changing up the colors somewhat. Do we really have collisions? Oh, that's the deco version. So let me check the, do the whole color thing, see if I can swap out the colors to make it more interesting. Hey, Liriana, thank you for your 1-bit times 30 for lots of little emote thingies. Let's see, did I miss any talk? No, it's my Greek friend. It is a Unity problem in general. As I've mentioned, the drive I'm running off of is a 3 terabyte PCIe server quality Samsung drive that gets about 6 gigabytes, not 6 gigabits, 6 gigabytes per second transfer rate, and can handle like they'll do 1 million IOPS a second. There could not be a faster drive out there than what I'm running this off of. This is just something that was inserted. It is all on Unity's side. I actually showed the profile for it earlier today, that it is a asset database internal to Unity, that anytime you make a change, it sits there and slowly chugs. It is all on the CPU side and is all in memory. No disk IO improvement would help things, sadly. I already tried that, trust me. Let's see, so now I gotta do some coloring stuff. Let's see, any coloring? No, that's gonna do amazing stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be a challenge because his horns are gonna be a different, his horns are gonna be affected by this as well. This is the deco version of the new artifact helm for tamers. I was trying to get some visual modifications in it here. I may not be able to get much going on there. I'm not sure why this is on the standard shader versus the spec shader. I'm going to see if I can switch that and get a little different result out of it. Again, I'm just trying to make sure it looks a little bit different than the other ones. Of course, that's the other thing, is like looking at this, like, hey, guess what? The other one should probably be switched over to the spec shader as well. Ooh, that's what we can do, get some gold. Oh, here we go now. So I'll just give it a little bit of a golden hue as well. Yeah, I'm not sure why the other one was put on a metallic shader rather than a spec shader. But anyways, that'll give it a little bit of golden hue. So again, what this will look like in game will be very different. Whoops. Very different from what it looks like here. The eyes will be glowing with kind of that bloomy glow to them, even in dark scenes. And any light reflecting off of it will reflect off kind of gold, have a little bit of a gold tint to it. So again, that's making the deco version of it. Let me save that guy out now. But this is going to be something people are going to wear, so I'm trying not to make it look too crazy. I just want to make it so you can distinguish it from the other ones and it stands out. So now that I got that guy done, let me go. That was the deck overhead. Ooh, it looks like I can actually do... I probably could have done that with the last one, saved a little bit. So let me go and check that, because I may just be able to drag... my guess is, yeah, this should probably... The override materials, it won't show up here, but it's going to show up in the actual version. But just so we can see what it looks like here, I'll go ahead and drag that guy onto that so you can see. So that's what it'll actually look like when you're wearing it. But yeah, I didn't know that there's there looks like this one is using override, so I can use the overrides on it to override it and give it that material and save making 2 objects. Yeah. All right, so now I have to actually add the stats to it. Is the other fun part. So this guy, the last one ended up being 5, 8, 10, 12. So this one's going to be, let me lock that and get on the, really? Come on. Hold on. Hold on, I'm catching up. Reading back up. All right. Caught up. All caught up. Let me get this back over here so I can get this on the inspector. And then let me put that there so I have some reference. Go. Got the stag spirit. I got the bear spirit. Let me go down and check the stats. I want to make sure and match up. I don't want one to be more powerful than the other, although it's hard to measure. +5 in one stat is not necessarily equal to +5 in another stat. I get that, but there's some that are going to be common stats between them. Each of them is going to add a tame level bonus that is identical. Right there, and so that's going to be 5. Now the next thing that happens is these guys get a tame. This guy's going to have a tame move speed. It's going to be one of his attributes. And tame move speed is on a point, so it's at a 1/3. So 2 is actually right for that. Also, tame move speed, I think, adds for every point of tame move speed, it adds like 10 or 15 to the dexterity. So that'll add like 20 dex to the creature as well. And then the last stat that this is going to modify, the wolf, is going to be taming critical hit and taming strength. We already had that. I think this one's also going to be, I'll double up and do the taming critical hit. So this one and the wolf will have a critical hit. Let me see what the modifier is on that. So 0.01. So if I'm doing, that'll be 0.2. And then for this last one, this will also give a dodge of 2. Whoops. All right, so there is prototype 1. Whew. Yes, these will. The plan is these will all stack. Again, as I mentioned, I can give pretty good bonuses for items that are taming items versus skills. Normally, we give like you can only get like 5 or the equivalent of 5 or 10 points of points out of items. But again, these are, you're making a choice where a taming one we can actually do that a little better. When does QA go live? Can you give me one of each? Yeah, I can give out some taming artifacts on QA. I'll probably just email them to you when it goes live. These are just going in. I think QA may go live, so these may not be live until the Friday version of QA. We're just building QA today. Light armor, I know. Tamers are light armor people. Why would a tamer be in plate mail? That's just scaring your animal. Everybody knows that you make peace with your animal by wearing the hides of other animals. That's how you get in touch with your pet. All right, so there's Stag Spirit. Let me go ahead and rename this one Common. That'll be the base version. It was at the Golden Compass, the bears that wore kind of plate mail around all the time. That's what we need. We need bears wearing plate mail in our game. Hold on, I gotta start a giant file downloading off our network. Copy it over here. Don't think this will impact my stream quality. I'm lucky enough my neighborhood has Google Fiber. All right. I hope you're paying yourself overtime today. No. Again, I'm doing, for those who wonder, I'm doing what I'm doing because I love what I'm doing. I will probably take it a little easy today. Like I said, I'm not going to do an afternoon stream. Oh no, and I'm not hungover. I made that picture. I know my limit is about 4 shots of like hard liquor, like a rum. So that was a 4 shots were in that total carafe, which is about the right mixture that you want for a mojito. So that was not anything crazy, but that was I slept pretty well last night. And then woke up exactly at 4 o'clock and got up and came down and started working. That was nice. Again, I'd stopped drinking just because I'm trying to lose some weight, and that's like one of the big things. Oh, and yes, I am still waiting on Unity. So I hadn't had a drink in a while. So it's nice to have an excuse to have a drink. Oh, and also the specials, yeah, that's super easy to read, I know, right? These specials are going to go on today because there are people in the EU who, when I said I'm doing a stream at 6 o'clock, they said that is 1 a.m. in the morning and I will not be able to watch. Makes me sad that I don't get to do any specials. So here you can do the special stuff. Let me see if I can rotate down so that's at least a little easier to read. So anyways, if you missed out last night, I'll be doing these same specials today through 6 o'clock. Although you got to be on the stream right around now to see them, so because I'm not going to go advertise them to everybody probably. It's a stream special. Ooh, a two-handed staff or two-handed staff for timing. We need more two-handed staffs, and we need staffs to suck less. But no, I've not got that on the list yet. Again, I'm working on getting this stag spirit, and then I've got a bear spirit, and then I'll probably get some more stuff done later. But again, pretty crippling, the whole Unity thing of, look, let me hurry up and wait. See my little wait cursor? Let me hurry up and wait. And if there's any devs out there, I did profile this again this morning because I couldn't believe this was actually a Unity thing. But it's a Unity thing. It is 15 to 16 seconds each time I duplicate an item that it's updating the internal asset database in Unity. Again, this is as I just hit the wrong key and now I'm going to have to wait even longer. What was I going to say? Something criticizing Unity. But anyways, it's infuriating that it takes so long. It has crippled the team in terms of trying to create some of these new assets. Hold on. Delete. Hold on, yet again, hold on. I gotta go to explore things. We have some rules where you're not allowed to delete objects in some folders. So we don't let you do it inside of Unity. With the reason being that if you did, you could delete an item that was in the game. That would be really, really bad. That's for a long time we had that as the joke was, if you couldn't find an item, it turned into a bucket. So anyways, I'm trying not to create any buckets, which is items that do not exist in the game. And that was, for a while it was a little funny, and then people were building walls out of buckets and stuff like that in the game. They had all of a sudden had a ton of buckets in their inventory. I still laugh about it. Ha 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 ha. And I'm in the process of making a rare version, uncommon, common, and legendary. Again, waiting on Unity, updating internal asset database. Yeah, I sure wish there was some, like I could just throw some hardware at this. But this is like a 4 gigahertz-ish PC. It's like a 6700K. I've looked at getting a 9900K and overclocking it with a big water cooler. And that may cut the time from 15 seconds down to about 12 seconds. Kind of frustrating. Waiting. I'll let you enjoy my wait cursor. So now the last thing I'm going to do before I do the giveaway, since I'm already 30 minutes late on my time I said I would quit, and I know some people have to get to work and stuff, is I need to go set the appropriate values on the stats for these guys and change their name to be the uncommon. And then let me do I'll go ahead and do all the names right now so I don't have to scroll down for each one of them. And at some point I'd love to have some cooler names than like item name, comma, rare, item name, comma, legendary. But again, I don't want to have to think about it right now. And it's also tough because then you set up this standard of like, we're going to have cool, unique names for each one of them, and it may not be clear which one's the common, which one's the uncommon, which one's the rare, which one's the legendary by the name. Because everybody rates their adjectives differently, and oh, I misspelled legendary on this thing. It's legionary. Alright, that means I gotta change it over here. Legendary. Alright, now I gotta set the stats and then I'm done and I can do the giveaway. So hold on, give me just one more minute. Like within like the next 2 minutes I should be able to do something, as long as I don't have to wait on this cursor too much. Freaking cursor. Come on, Unity. Mojito is back in his bed. I moved my window over Mojito so I could He's in there. But I moved my window over him so I could show off some of these items down here. Alright, so now we are on the uncommon version, and I can go down and update the stats on it. So this is just making it so each one has a slightly progressive, better results. That is wrong. Here's the uncommon. Oops. The rare. Lyriana, where will these be dropping? That is a great question. I have not said where they will be dropping yet, and I honestly have not figured that out. That will be part of what I do probably tomorrow in my secret time, or maybe even over the weekend in my secret time. Not updating the Dodge. All right. Whew. So I've actually now created the stag and the bear, all 4 versions. I will verify these real quick, and then I will check them in. Lodestone of Unity. Yeah, I should put some Unity callouts in here. Again, and it's the same thing I've been complaining about for years. Like, Unity is an amazing engine. It's just they make some really bad, I don't even know how to describe it, business mistakes in terms of they don't have a good process for testing the game on large projects. They just have this ongoing habit of, we're going to test it on, if you send us a project, we want it to be some tiny little project. Can you reproduce your problem in a tiny little project? And our answer is always no. This is a large project problem. And if you care about large projects, test your engine on large projects. And they don't. So this is probably, they don't even see this, because if you're in an internal project with 100 things, it is, they test it and they say, well, it's 0.51 seconds. That's not a big deal. We're not going to worry about that. But we have more than 100,000 things in there, and for us it ends up being 15 seconds every time we want to touch any asset and change one little thing. Anyways, I would rant less about Unity if they would actually seem like they cared about that stuff, or if they would open up their source so that we could have access to it and fix some of this stuff for them, as we have done in the past. They will not. It may be their downfall eventually. Let me submit that. You guys can't see what I'm doing, but that's me checking in all those things. So those are now officially in game. I will have to do the wolf on my own time. Let's see. I think we're ready to do the final raffle for today, and I'm going to call it a day for my streaming at least. You guys ready for raffling? Everybody raffled up? Oh, Devil Colt, you hadn't even raffled up? Come on. Rookie? Fizzle? Oh. You missed it, but this is there's 3 new taming head pieces that let you help tune your pet to a play style that you want. So one will basically be, the bear will be a tough taunting. The stag will make whatever pet you have faster with higher critical, and then the wolf will make whatever you have higher critical and strength probably. So Belladonna, yeah, sorry, I did 5 hours of work this morning, and again, when I'm doing my morning work streams, I'm trying to get work done. And so I'm trying to get all this stuff done because tomorrow, normally would answer questions. As you know, I answer a lot of questions on my streams normally, but tomorrow is lockdown, and I'm trying to get a bunch of this stuff in for tomorrow so I don't break my own rules on lockdown. And also so I can get them to you guys for the weekend. So they can go on QA and you guys can try them out on the weekend if you want to. So yes, I'm breaking my rules, or I'm not reading it or answering questions. So hopefully you understand, and I'll get to more questions. I save those things and I'll start. I marked where I stopped last night, so when I start answering questions, I'll answer from the top of the list. Hey, and thank you very much, by the way, for Deliriana, to Spry1, to John Marcus, and again to Snugs for being so excited about taming artifacts, and also a taming skill improvement, or taming skill fix, moving it to be from non-double exponential to single exponential in terms of its rewards. That's probably the most important taming skill, so I think that'll show a big difference in the next release. This is QA's building right now. It's building on 2018.4. We'll see how the build goes today, but it may go live later today. If not, it'll go live tomorrow. We'll definitely have some of these things in for the weekend, so you can test out these things for the weekend. Yes, this is the Tamers. This is Tamer release. Tamers get all the love this release. Let's do the raffle thing. Bam. You guys ready? And the Dundrum. The Dundrum. You, sir, are a winner, at least on paper. Oh, and I did, this is the Fire Dancer. I'm going to do, you know what, I'm going to do a second giveaway right after this, because I said I was going to do the Fire Dancer, and I'd do a second one, because I skipped one of my giveaways. So I'll do 2 Fire Dancer giveaways. The first one goes to the Dundrum, who may or may not speak up. The second one, you guys ready? I'm going to pick a second winner. The second winner is Elrond, King of Elves. Oh, you knew that was coming. I will be getting in game here in just a few. I know, you're going to look so fabulous in that Fire Dancer outfit with the little coconut top pieces. Going to be so flattering on you. I'll get that to you here in a little while, Elrond. I'm going to log in and try to catch up on all the craziness of the specials I did. Oh, why? Why am I tired? Oh, right, because I stayed up till past 11 and got up at 4. Lichmister, I'm trying to give Death Magic some love this release. Some love and some nerfs. But yeah, I'd like to get some skeleton pets. I'd like to be more necro type stuff. But again, guys, thank you so much. Let me go and find some. Can anybody find me somebody to raid? Somebody else's stream. Thank you, Snugs. That's good. You can get those all out of the way now, because next release is not going to have much taming, except I'll probably have to go and nerf some of the taming I did this release to see if I can get it to a more reasonable state. But again, I think most of these are kind of in the ballpark. Again, as you guys know, my big thing is I'll go and I'll test these afterwards, and I have some targets for what I want to be able to do with them. So let's see. My raid will be on. Let's see, we got Legion of Myth, Bonger, Alpha Fish Stick, and Chris B. Carr. So I've given Legion of Myth 1 raid. He has given me 100. I'm going to give Legion of Myth a raid. He's always doing something interesting. And I owe him, trying to pay it forward, pay it back, whatever. I think it's both for him. Let's give Legion of Myth a raid. Let's see, did I get that typed right? Nope. Cancel. Raid Legion of Myth. How about that? Is that gonna work? There we go. Guys, as always, thank you so much. I'm planning on not doing an afternoon stream. Do not panic. I may not even do a stream tomorrow. We'll see, again, because tomorrow is lockdown and I'm trying to crank out a lot of work before the end of lockdown. So me not streaming may mean you get a few extra artifacts or a few extra balance fixes. But I will be back on Friday for sure. Maybe in the morning, definitely in the afternoon, because I'm doing a talk on Friday for the Friday official stream. Guys, again, thank you so much, and let's go raid, and thanks again for all the support on the project, and hopefully you guys being exposed to what I'm actually working on, and me talking through some of these changes, like how, why I'm doing the obsidian hair, or the bear, or not the obsidian, the bear heads, the stag heads, and what they mean, all that. Hopefully that's useful to you guys to understand more of my thinking pattern on things. So I think it also helps for me to talk out loud in front of you guys and make sure and sanity check my logic rather than just random changes. But anyways, let's go raid Legion of Myth, and you guys have a fabulous day. I'm sure you're all already following Legion of Myth, or else I'd tell you to follow him, but follow him if you aren't. And talk to you guys tomorrow or the next day. See ya.